So I thought that it would be useful to try to take a quick overview from the perspective of ASEAN's work agenda of what these many dramatic changes and disruptions mean and what they imply for 2025, because I do think that this is a pivotal year for the world and a pivotal year for ASEAN, and potentially a very, very positive world, albeit one with enormous risks. Well, first, obviously, as Abia said, we are really in the age of the Anthropocene. We are in the age of a destabilized physical environment. And as we speak, Los Angeles is on fire across the city, and this isn't a fire of a few poor districts that the elites would normally ignore. This is a whole city on fire, burning down the millionaires' and the billionaires' houses and the poor parts of town, and spreading out of control. And this, I think, is our reality right now. The physical shocks that we're experiencing all over the world at a more extensive rate and a greater intensity are not going to spare any part of the world. We're all really deeply in the destabilization together. Of course, the rich have more buffers. Even if their house burns down, they have a bank account or an insurance policy to rebuild. But the truth is, we're entering a period of massive geophysical destabilization. I had the good fortune to lead a team of climate scientists for 15 years at Columbia University in what we call the Earth Institute. And so I got a big dose of climatology over the 15 years. And I think I've mentioned here that I had an extremely annoying, even terrifying colleague, the most brilliant, soft-spoken, wonderful climatologist that I know, Professor James Hansen, who just scared the wits out of me for 15 years because he would always come up to me in a US Midwestern twang and very gently say, "Jeff, it's worse than we thought." And he has been telling me ahead of time by about a 5-year lead time, sometimes a 10-year lead time, that we would reach the 1.5 degrees about now, that the pace of warming was much faster even than the IPCC has been telling us, that the dangers are much greater. He being at the cutting edge of research, whereas the IPCC is at the consensus of research, gave him a different perspective. And whenever the IPCC came out with a dramatic report, he would shake his head and say, "Jeff, this is out of date. They don't understand." And one of the main points that he was making to me for the past decade is that the underlying rate of warming has probably doubled from the rate that it was between 1970 and 2000 to the rate that it is now. And it's a big mystery exactly why, but his main conclusion is that the scientists and the models had underestimated what's called the physical sensitivity of the planet to greenhouse gases, because pollution was partly masking the effect of the greenhouse gases on the warming. And now that some of that pollution, especially the sulfate aerosols, are being removed by pollution control, that is unmasking a faster rate of warming that's taking place and that has been taking place and that he surmised already 20 years ago. So we're already probably in an era where the underlying rate of warming is between 0.3 and 0.4 degrees Celsius per decade. Now imagine that. our underlying trend was about 1.25 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level, but the warming is 0.3 degrees per decade. So he already told me about 8 years ago, forget 1.5 degrees. It's impossible. We're going to shoot right past it. And officially, and at the UN, we were all saying, fight harder, move faster, stay below the limits. But Hansen was already shaking his head and telling me, Jeff, this is ridiculous. It's already lost, at least for decades to come. Maybe it can be rebent later in this century. And in 2024, we breached 1.5 degrees, partly because of the interannual El Nino or so-called ENSO effect, but not only. Also because the underlying trend is faster, and where we are is already higher than was surmised just a few years ago. We are going to be living in the 1.5 degrees C and above levels for decades to come. And one of the reasons why in Paris it was so emphasized, stay below 1.5 degrees, is that scientists, including another one of my colleagues at the Earth Institute, a great scientist, late scientist Wally Broker, had already said 20 years ago, the Earth system is so unstable and nonlinear that if you reach certain thresholds, things can run out of control through feedback effects. One of the feedback effects that seems to be happening right now is that the warmer temperatures are speeding the bacterial activity in the wetlands. And so the natural release of methane is being accelerated. This is a natural feedback effect, which is amplifying the warming. And we'll get other natural effects. Broker hypothesized 25 years ago that the thermohaline circulation, the ocean circulation, which he actually discovered scientifically about 40 years ago, could slow down or even stop because of the changes of the salinity of the water in the North Atlantic as the ice melts in the Arctic, slowing down that circulation and creating havoc potentially for the European climate, which is a part on the receiving end of the thermohaline circulation. So we are in a profoundly unstable era. And we have an incoming government whose policy is to deny this. Just to mention, the favorite slogan of President Trump is drill, baby, drill. He won votes on this. He literally does not have the insight or the imagination that certain things you just want to keep under the ground. When you have wealth in oil and gas, it seems completely self-evident to him that you drill it. Why not? It's money, it's wealth. He told one of his appointees, you stay away from the liquid gold under the ground, that's mine. He has his eye on Canada's oil and gas. He has his eye on Greenland's oil and gas and other resources. To him, it's second nature. If it's money, you take it. Why not? And there are many leaders around the world that have that basic attitude. And so the first point of destabilization is we have entered the age of geophysical destabilization, but we have not yet entered the era of political solutions to this. We have one major rogue government coming in, that's the US, probably will be pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, maybe not, but most likely yes. And this is our first adventure. Second, of course, we are in an equally shocking, amazing, potentially positive and potentially disastrous age of technological advance as well. I don't think almost any of us can fully fathom, maybe even I'll add Elon to the list, what the AI revolution is going to entail. But it's absolutely dramatic, without any doubt. And its effects on the world economy are already plain to see everywhere, but its meaning is only at the very beginning. It will change everything in economics, in wealth and income distribution, in jobs, in geopolitics, in how wars are fought. And we are clearly in a phase that is extraordinary of technological advance. But how many people know and understand what's really happening? I would say only a handful in the militaries, perhaps in the intelligence agencies, in a few companies, and the rest of us are watching, stunned in amazement. But this will reshape all of our economies and no doubt reshape our lives. A third obvious and massive disruption, and in 7 days we will learn a lot more about how this will evolve, is the change of geopolitics, because we already entered a new historic phase. I would say a historic phase that is on a cycle, as I've discussed at this podium, a cycle of a 500-year cycle, actually, that's underway. The dominance of the Western world has ended geopolitically. The rise of Asia is one of the most profound events of human history. Europe went into ascendance starting around 500 years ago. China made what I call the worst economic policy decision in history in 1434, which was to say, we're not interested in our fleet or in the oceans anymore, we'll stay home. And Europe filled the gap with Vasco da Gama and with Columbus and with Magellan and with the voyages of conquest that followed in the 16th century. And one could say the rest is history, but we had a 500-year ascendance of the West. And within that ascendance of the West, we had a 200-year ascendance of the Anglo-Saxon world. Britain, by virtue of its technological excellence, James Watt, above all others, became the first industrial power in the world, the first mega power in the world, starting around 1815 at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. And the British Empire became the hegemon for the world for the next century. The United States, after World War II, learning on the knee, I should say, of the British Empire, because everything the United States knows about empire it learned from the Brits, and the US took over. And in 1991, when the Soviet Union ended, the United States said, we've made it. We're not just the first, second, third, or fourth Rome. We're bigger than all of them ever in history. We are the new unipolar power. We are untouchable and dominant in the world. Of course, hubris is an amazing phenomenon. That hubris lasted about 10 years and started to be contradicted by the facts already at the beginning of the 21st century with America's disastrous wars of choice. And for the last 20 years, the United States has been pursuing unipolarity against greater and greater obstacles known as reality. So 2025 is a very notable year. The Biden administration absolutely believed in the unipolar US world, coming into office determined to lead the world, leaving office understanding that all that has happened is that the world has become more dangerous. Wars have erupted everywhere. The US has not gotten its way anywhere and will not, because the whole idea of one country dominating the rest of the world is a delusion and an anachronism. But what it means is we are in a new geopolitics that is profound It's the end of the Western domination. It is the end of the US hegemony. And what will come next? Will it be war? Will it be US-China confrontation? Will it be multipolarity under international rules? Will it be regional hegemons guarding their own neighborhoods and leaving each other alone? Will the United States go to war with Canada instead of China? Well, it almost seems like that's the current plan. But the fact of the matter is we're in for something new, and it's quite unstable and very dangerous. On the positive side, I am looking forward to next week for one reason. I regard the Biden administration as just about the worst we've had in foreign policy for a long time, because it acted on a delusional basis that it refused to recognize multipolarity. Maybe Donald Trump will do something more realistic. The last point that I would say, and then I want to turn to ASEAN particularly, is we are in a world where regional integration counts more than ever. And that is, to a very large extent, a technological reality. No individual country in the world can go it alone in this world of environmental change, energy system transformation, artificial intelligence, supply chains, vital resources. And no country can prosper if it is at odds with its neighbors. This, I would say, is a basic principle that I would insist for our reality in the 21st century. You cannot be an island isolated, perhaps linked to a great power around the world, halfway around the world, and expect to thrive if you're not well cooperative and coordinating with your own neighbors. And there are some very basic reasons for that. The scale of cutting-edge technology, the scale of the infrastructure transformation that we need, the scale of AI resources needed for implementing the new cutting-edge technologies mean that even a China or the United States or India doesn't have a chance unless it's working with other countries, and especially with its neighboring countries. This is why China's Belt and Road Initiative, for example, is so fundamentally right. Make physical connections. Have rail, fiber, power, water management, watershed management, ecosystem management that works for a region, for a neighborhood, because there's no other way to make the changes that are absolutely essential. Malaysia cannot have a zero carbon energy system on its own if it's not interconnected across ASEAN. And that's true for every one of the ASEAN countries for the same reason. Yes, there may be some intermittent energy sources that you can tap, but the cost of trying to run a decarbonized energy system under one's own resources are absolutely prohibitive, because the zero carbon energy sources are intermittent, they are geographically highly differentiated, there are strong gradients of where power generation should be applied. Hydropower comes only in certain places. Ocean power is only best in certain places. Land for solar power or for wind power or for geothermal power is geographically determined. You have to connect those to the population centers and interconnect the population centers to be able to have the kind of energy system we need in order to confront the climate crisis. And that's just one example of the many, many examples that show there is no way to survive, much less to thrive, in this destabilized era, except at scale. And so ASEAN was a nice and convenient idea in the past. Now it is the essential idea. And ASEAN itself is essential not only for the 10 members of ASEAN, but also as part of even larger groupings, such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the 15 countries that also include Northeast Asia, China, Japan, Korea, and Australia and New Zealand. So I would argue that regional integration is now a strategic necessity for any place in the world. And it's probably in this reason, though put a little bit more crudely than I would like, that Donald Trump suddenly is interested in Canada or interested in Panama or interested in Greenland. Yes, they're part of our region. They're actually important for the United States. Donald Trump's approach is, if you want to discuss with somebody, you punch them in the face first and get their attention. This is not exactly how I would start a discussion with the neighborhood, but the idea of suddenly the president putting a focus on Canada, well, this is something different from what we've had. It's much more important for the United States to focus on Canada than it is, quite frankly, to focus on Taiwan or to focus on the South China Sea or to focus on Ukraine. To focus on one's own neighborhood makes sense. To focus halfway around the world because you think you're playing the game of Risk or trying to be the global hegemon, that's a little bit delusional and a little bit of a luxury that no country can afford. When you think about regional integration or supranational integration, then you suddenly realize that Malaysia is part of many different groupings, and that also is extremely important, a kind of variable architecture. ASEAN is crucial. RCEP is crucial. The BRICS, extremely important for other reasons, but the BRICS bring together now about 40+% of the world output. Many of them face or have faced during the Biden period at least geopolitical opposition and unilateral sanctions by the United States. And so the need to create an alternative to the US dollar settlements in order to be able to do one's business without the United States telling who your partner is and who your partner cannot be is what the BRICS is really all about in its high priority. And Malaysia is absolutely right to seek to join, as Indonesia has this year, and as Thailand also has joined as a BRICS partner. The OIC is extraordinarily important. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, 57 countries at a time when the Middle East is one of the world's flashpoints and potential points, obviously, of a horrific descent into general war, even nuclear war. So this kind of variable geography of supranational integration is extraordinarily important. The world's too complicated to go it alone. The technologies are at too big a scale. The costs, the finance, and the physical contiguity all mean cooperate with your neighbors. Interestingly, by the way, US foreign policy has been directed for decades at dividing neighbors. This is an ancient imperial formula, divide and conquer, and the United States goes out of its way to tell Japan and Korea, don't cooperate with China, they're very dangerous, we'll protect you. This is self-serving advice. If Japan and Korea have any sense, the first thing they'll do is cooperate with their neighbor, because if the three ever got together in a close and peaceful way, it would be the most dynamic, high-income corner of the whole world economy, and I say a benefit for everybody else. So what does all of this mean in terms of the content of ASEAN priorities and ASEAN regional integration. I know that there are many plans in the works, and we're going to hear from Secretary General Dr. Kao Kim Hearn about this, but let me mention things that I think are extremely important. First is an energy plan for all of ASEAN. Every part of the world needs to decarbonize the energy system to face a growing climate calamity. It cannot be done except on a regional scale. Probably the right scale is even beyond ASEAN. It would connect with China, it would connect with Northeast Asia, it would connect with Australia and New Zealand, because the idea of a submarine cable that connects Australia's desert solar power with Indonesia is probably a bankable and, from an engineering point of view, a bold but feasible program. So one can imagine an energy grid that extends from Australia to ASEAN, to China, Korea, and Japan, and maybe even into Northeast Russia, Mongolia, and other countries of East Asia. This is extremely important. This requires an engineering vision, a technical vision, a political vision, an economic plan, a regional power market, so that there is a power pool in which energy is traded across this vast space, and a financing strategy as well. So energy transformation, I would put as a very high priority. A land use policy for ASEAN is also extraordinarily important. This region, like every region, is losing its ecosystems. It is in state of very advanced degradation of biodiversity across all of the ecosystems of this region. The coastlines, the marine environment, the wetlands, and of course the forests. And there is no plan at this point that is adequate to this. And I've observed in visits here for 40 years that it is, from an economic calculus, absolutely profitable to cut down every tree and replant them as palm oil across this region. It would be, of course, a devastation. But it is profitable in the short term, devastating in the long term. And so a regional strategy for protecting the ecosystems of this region, which are shared, which cut across countries, because ecosystems do not respect national boundaries. Riversheds do not respect national boundaries. They're all multinational. This is a second area that's absolutely essential. A third and related area is resilience to climate change, because this is, of course, a part of the world that will be extraordinarily heavily impacted by rising sea levels and by other manifestations of long-term climate change. And the kind of disasters that we're seeing around the world this past year will visit this region. And this region needs a regional strategy for its climate resilience, emergency response, financing, insurance, where to build and how to build. And this, I think, is something that should be undertaken at the ASEAN scale. Fourth is the connected infrastructure. And there are three that are most essential: the transport infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, and the power grid. And that, all of them, have a huge benefit if there is an ASEAN-wide strategy. And I know that such strategies are taking shape, and I think the Belt and Road Initiative is the best friend of this kind of strategy, because China is the low-cost supplier of the advanced technologies for regional integration on transport, on digital, and on power. And so with China in the neighborhood and with its own reasons for fostering this kind of integration, this is a tremendous, tremendous opportunity for ASEAN. I would say that another ASEAN-wide policy should be to capitalize on the new AI revolution. because this will transform all of our economic sectors, the industrial sector, the logistics, of which this region plays a huge role. Once again, China and the US are the two leaders by far of the AI revolution, but ASEAN is absolutely with an economic future that will depend on being part of the AI revolution. This requires a massive increase of skilling, education, at Sunway and others, of course, of research and development initiatives across the region, of best practice centers and R&D centers being implemented across the region. Another area of potential integration is finance, and that is the question of ASEAN developing new financial institutions for financing all of these transformations. Maybe an ASEAN development bank that can scale up the tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of financing for ASEAN. One of the things that I've noticed is that regions that put together development bank finance get a big advantage out of it. There's a big advantage of multilateral finance over national financing. You get lower rates by pooling the risks. And while Asia has several institutions, of course, the Asian Development Bank, the AIIB, and the New Development Bank, maybe ASEAN should explore its own development bank for part of these financing challenges. And then the last area that I would mention is diplomacy, because ASEAN needs to be the diplomatic unity of the 10 countries. Don't get pulled apart by the great powers. Don't let the great powers pull off one or two and divide you. This is what great powers do. But what ASEAN needs is unity so that it can negotiate with the US and say, thank you very much, we want to do business with you, but we're not enemies of China. And with China, we definitely want to do business with you. You are our biggest neighbor, but we also want to do business with the United States and Europe. So don't pull us apart from that. And with the European Union, which is very important for ASEAN products, and where I believe the European Green Deal and the ASEAN Green Deal need to be seen as high-level strategic partners, and that the relationship between Europe and ASEAN should be at that very high, positive, strategic level. I'd also like to see this region play a major diplomatic role in solving some of the terrible crises in other parts of the world, notably in the Middle East, because the voice of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, the voice of leaders in this region in calling for a state of Palestine, in calling for justice for the Palestinian people, in calling for peace based on the two-state solution, is extremely important and powerful. In June, there will be a UN conference on peace in the Middle East. It's the opportunity to end what has been 80 years of war by establishing a state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel, according to the two-state solution. And I think that this region can play an absolutely enormous role. So let me conclude by saying there's a big agenda ahead. The big agenda is not because we all like so much homework. The big agenda is because reality has put a lot on our plate. The world is changing so fast and so dramatically. We will have to run to not only keep up, but to get ahead of these changes so that they serve the human purpose. And I am very much convinced that this region will do exactly that, because you are living in an exciting and peaceful and very dynamic part of the world that can help to solve global problems. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Sa, for the eye-opening presentation. We will have a Q&A session for the first three person that will ask questions. Perhaps if any one of the audience would like to ask question, you can raise your hands. Please introduce your name and your institution.
Don't be shy, because I'll have to call on you otherwise.
There, oh yeah, one gentleman in the back. There will be a volunteer with a mic. And also in the front. Okay. And one more. Okay, gentleman in the back. Yes. 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Please.
My name is Danish from Sunway University.
Wave? Yeah.
Okay. My name is Danish from Sunway University. I have one brief question. Do you believe that we need to talk about economic system change? Because so far, what I have been listening is we need partnerships, we need financing, we need cooperation. But I think we need to address the uncomfortable question that hinders sustainable development, that is the economic system.
Yeah.
Okay, the next question, lady in the front.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that very insightful presentation. I'm Rebecca, I'm with the Sunway Group, I'm an independent director with Sunway Group. I like what you said about ASEAN, and I think ASEAN is punching below its weight, and there's so much more ASEAN can do. And ASEAN, member states are free to engage in bilateral relations or multilateral relations as they see fit. But I think ASEAN has agency and convening power through the East Asia Summit, which it tends to not do use enough of. And that, I think, has more power and convening ability than even BRICS, if used appropriately. And that's what I mean when I say ASEAN is punching below its weight. Using the EAS in its fullest form would really put ASEAN on the global stage, and address some of the issues that you talk about, whether it's geopolitics or economics. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Get the last question from gentleman in the middle.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
I would like to know whether is there a substantial change in the environment policy or ESG with the change of Trump and Biden, and the impact will be what will be the other developing countries do. Do we follow US policy?
Yep.
Or do we should have our own? Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Name and institution, please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Zul. I'm from University Islam Malaysia.
Thank you. Professor Sa, please.
Great. So let me take each of these in turn. On economic systems change, the idea that we are pursuing in the Sustainable Development Solutions Network and at the UN is that sustainable development is a system when viewed in an appropriate way. What does it mean? Sustainable development means an economic and social system that explicitly and simultaneously addresses 4 objectives: economic development, social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and peaceful cooperation. This is different from normal economic development, because in normal economic development, the focus is on raising GDP or GDP per capita. But the idea of sustainable development is explicitly 4 cornerstone objectives: economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical. What does that mean in terms of systems? It definitely means a different kind of governance. It's not any kind of simple system. Of course, there is no simple economic system to begin with, other than in the first page of an economics textbook, which says market economy or something like that. But these are, in any event, slogans rather than realities of what are very complex institutions that we live with. But the institutions that we have are not adequate to sustainable development. We know, obviously, that the economic institutions that we have were designed without protecting the physical environment in mind. And there's nothing automatic in economic systems that protect the environment. And especially when one places reliance on market signals, price signals, profitability, market capitalization, you're quite far from a system that protects the environment, because the prices for environmental services are not there unless they're constructed to be there in what are called corrective prices or carbon taxes or Pigouvian taxation in the formal jargon that we use in economics. So when you start with the idea that sustainable development is your goal, you're led to many, many different kinds of institutional designs that we don't have right now. One is a basic one. You need to be able to plan about 20 years ahead. How many countries have long-term planning? Very, very few. The United States has no planning, by the way. We have no planning ministry. We have no development ministry. We have no economics ministry. We have something like a finance ministry, which is our treasury. The only place that planning gets done is in the Pentagon. And there is a lot of planning. There is a lot of forward-looking planning about technology. Why does the United States not have 1 kilometer of fast rail, whereas China has 50,000 kilometers? Because the Pentagon doesn't care about fast rail. And it's the only place that we actually have planning in the United States. But we need planning that is something different. You need to be able to plan a power system. Not to leave it to a utility, but to plan a power system. Of course, that's a feasible engineering task, but it needs to be understood to be a political economic task. And then one has to ask, what are all the components of that? And how is it going to be financed? And institutionally, how is it going to be governed? And so on. So I would say we're making a new economic system. And to my mind, the economic system is the one that can implement sustainable development. It involves planning, it involves regional coordination, it involves blended finance of public and private institutions, it involves specific goals like the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. None of those are in a standard economics text, because standard economics texts aren't addressed to sustainable development. They're addressed to a much narrower range of problems, maybe macroeconomic stabilization or equilibrium of a market economy, but not to economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical aims. So my basic point is, do we need a new economic system? Of course we do, but not to be designed out of theory, but to be designed out of problem solving. The problem solving is, where are we trying to be in the year 2045 or the year 2050? What are we going to need to actually get us there? Stating a vision doesn't get us there, although it's pretty useful to know at least where we want to go. But what institutions can get us there? Market, non-market, public sector, blended, and so forth. So that would be my shorthand answer. In terms of what ASEAN can do, I agree with you. What more the East Asia Summit can do, I'd love to learn. In general, this is a region of 700 million people, very dynamic, extremely important for the world economy, of very high political salience. And so ASEAN has a lot of potential influence in the world, ability to attract investment, ability to help set the global agenda, but not one country at a time. And so that's why the integration from the diplomatic point of view is also so absolutely essential. What will Trump mean for the environment? Look, basically two things. One, a complete mess. There won't be a coherent idea for 4 years in Washington, okay? So don't hold your breath for a coherent idea from Washington. My advice all the time on that is remember the United States is one of 193 countries. It happens to have 4.1% of the world population. It's not insignificant, but it doesn't determine the future of the world. This will be 4 years where we will not have global environmental agreements, okay? We won't. On the other hand, even within the United States, there will be tremendous progress on decarbonization, alongside a lot of drilling as well. But the decarbonization will come because first, it's at grid parity or better across many regions of the US. So we have the oil state of our country, Texas, as a leader of dramatically rapid rollout of renewable energy, for example, because it's profitable, because there's a lot of high-quality renewable energy. That's true of the Dakotas, which is the fracking region of the United States, and so on. So there will be continued investment at the state and local and corporate level during the Trump period. There will be confusion and lawsuits and statements that you won't quite believe and so forth. Don't let it get to you. For the rest of the world, the main point is no matter what any politician says, listen to James Hansen instead. He knows a lot more. He's a lot smarter. He's been at this a lot longer. He will tell you the direction of change of the physical environment. He will explain to you what needs to be done. He will do it better than the IPCC because he will not be the consensus. He'll just be at the cutting edge. And I'm using him figuratively. In other words, let's listen to the evidence. The world will move to a decarbonized energy system. I guarantee it. It will move late. It will move with so many twists and turns and stupidities, but it will move there because what's happening to Los Angeles is going to happen everywhere. And people are going to say, we actually don't want our houses to burn down. We like water because we need to stay alive. We like food. We don't want to see our neighborhoods go underwater. Manhattan, where I live, is a small island economy, the bottom half of which will be submerged if the worst case scenarios, which are quite possible, evolve in terms of the breakup of the West Antarctic ice sheet. We will change our energy systems. Don't delay. This is what, by the way, China went ahead in 2014 and said, we're going to electric vehicles. All those clever people at Volkswagen, Daimler-Benz, Mercedes, and others said, oh, I'm not so sure. Now China dominates the world of electric vehicles by far. And the rest are scrambling, and they're putting on tariffs and all the rest because China looked at the evidence and invested in it, and the rest of the world delayed. So my advice is don't delay because it's really going to happen. Donald Trump cannot stop the tides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sa, for the answers. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end. I want to close with the highlight from the presentation. Regional integration is now a strategic necessity, and ASEAN is the essential idea. I hope this session can set as a foundation for a fruitful discussion for the next 2 days. Thank you for our wonderful speakers and audience. Please give a round of applause for all of us.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs, and thank you so much, Avia. Food for thought, and now food for the tummy. We're going to take a short break before we reconvene for the opening ceremony with our distinguished guest, the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. To coordinate this endeavor, it is now 10:02. I would strongly urge all of you to kindly return to this venue by 10:20. So it's going to be a very quick refreshment break for you. Refreshments are available just outside the venue. But in the meantime, can I invite our distinguished guests at the first row to kindly exit the hall? So thank you, Professor Sachs. His Excellency, Prof. Wu, perhaps we can escort our guests to the holding room and wait for our Deputy Prime Minister. For the rest of you, our distinguished guests, kindly exit the hall as we need to prepare the hall for the next event. We reconvene at 10:20 a.m. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nice meeting you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, could I urge you to kindly take your seats? Also, can I urge you to occupy the seats in the center so that those that are coming in late can occupy the seats on the side of the hall. So if you could please move to the seats that are in the center of your row so that we can usher in those that are arriving a little later to take the seats in the hall. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the opening session of the ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development, or AWSD 2025. Allow me to make a few quick announcements. If you were here earlier, I hope you don't mind the repeat that you will hear. First of all, welcome and thank you so much. And as usual, may I remind you to please make sure that your phones are on silent or switched off. May I also remind you that the washrooms are located on either side of this venue, and so too are our emergency exits. For those of you who would need the use of the surau is located on level M. Thank you so much for returning on time. ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick announcement. I have in my hands a boarding pass for a flight from Rio de Janeiro to Doha, but it has lapsed. It is dated 19th November 2024. So I'm not sure. The holder of the ticket I have. May I urge you to kindly take your seats, and could we maintain silence as our Deputy Prime Minister has arrived, and shortly we will ask all of you to kindly stand and remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you so much. I invite you to stand as we welcome our distinguished guests. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Malaysia. Thank you. Please be seated. A very good morning to Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation, representing the Prime Minister Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim. Tansri Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Chia AOKBE, Founder and Chairman of Sunway Group, Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Malaysia. Tansri Datuk Sri Razman Hashim, Deputy Chairman, Sunway Group and Pro-Chancellor, Sunway University. His Excellency, Dr. Kao Kim Horn, Secretary General of ASEAN. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Chief Executive Officer of Sunway Education Group. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Tansri Sir Jeffrey Chia, Honorary Distinguished Professor, Sunway University. Professor Emeritus Oolong Datuk Dr. Wu Wing Tai, Vice President for Asia, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Research Professor here at Sunway University. Distinguished guests, honorable guests of the Diplomatic Corps, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Asia headquarters based here in the beautiful Sunway City, welcome to the ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development, or AWSD 2025, themed Accelerating ASEAN Progress on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, as Southeast Asian countries seek to address the 2030 agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, with half a decade left, we are confronted by the reality that not a single SDG will be achieved by 2030 on a global scale. While ASEAN is posed to lead the way in sustainable development, having made substantial progress on several SDGs, particularly like poverty alleviation, economic growth, and clean water and sanitation, ASEAN faces obstacles as its current systems of multilateral engagement were not designed for the complex, interconnected, and rapidly changing world of the 21st century. This somber fact serves as a catalyst for this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for the workshop, it now gives me very great pleasure to call upon Professor Emeritus Oolong, Dr. Wu Wing Tai, Vice President for Asia, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Research Professor, Sunway University, to provide introductory remarks. Prof. Wu, if you please. Thank you.
Yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, Your Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Oon, Secretary General of ASEAN, Yang berbahagia Tansri Sir Geoffrey Chia, Founder and Chairman of Sunway Group and Chancellor of Sunway University, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of UN SDSN, and Geoffrey Chia, Sir Geoffrey, Honorary Distinguished Professor at Sunway University. Honored guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to participate in the 2025 ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development. I start by giving thanks to Datuk Seri Fadila for his dedication to service for Malaysia by working 100% overtime on his duties. As Deputy Prime Minister, he's here today to open the workshop on behalf of our Prime Minister, who left for overseas yesterday. As Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation, Datuk Seri Fadila will return to Sunway University at 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss green energy with a group of experts from China and here, based here in Malaysia. Datuk Seri Fadila, the people in this room are not the only ones grateful to you for your immense contributions to this workshop. I want to report to you that when Jeff Sachs, Tansri Geoffrey, and I met with Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim yesterday at Subang Air Force Base, he expressed great appreciation to you for serving as his proxy at this workshop. I want to also express my deep indebtedness to Dr. Kau Kim Oon for promoting my career for over 25 years. Thank you. Thank you for coming and agreeing to speak twice. I am most grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 major projects of UN SDS and Asia headquarters have progressed far enough that we now seek your feedback about cost adjustment for the work going forward. The first project is the ASEAN Green Future Project, which involves 9 country teams to identify strategies for achieving net zero emissions in their countries. This work is almost done. However, as Jeff told us earlier this morning, it is not efficient for every country to be self-sufficient in green energy. For example, it is more expensive to produce solar energy in Singapore than in Malaysia, and it is cheaper to have hydropower from Sarawak than to produce solar energy in most parts of peninsular Malaysia. And the next phase of the ASEAN Green Future Project is to design a smart grid network for the ASEAN region. This will make the supply of green electricity cheaper in cost and more reliable in supply. The second project of UN SDSN that has been going well is the Leaping Over the Middle Income Trap project. The middle income trap refers to a situation where the country shows very small progress in catching up to the standard of living in the rich countries like the US and Western Europe. For example, the average living standard of the 7 largest Latin American countries was 30% of US living standard in 1950, and it is still 30% today. Chile has been called the economic tiger of Latin America. Well, Chile was at 40% of US living standard in 1950, and it is still 40% today. Malaysia today is at about 45% of US living standard, China at about 35%, and Thailand at about 30%. Both Korea and Taiwan were poorer than Malaysia in 1963, the time of the formation of this country. Now, South Korea is about 72% of US living standard, and Taiwan at 91%. Malaysia, China, and Thailand are not yet out of the zone of the middle income trap. The third project is the Education for Sustainable Development project, which designs education and training programs for managing problems of the 21st century. The Jeffrey Chia Foundation is funding a pilot UN SDSN project to train teachers in 54 primary schools how to teach the sustainability components in the existing school curriculum effectively. The fourth project is the Science Panel for Borneo, which has mobilized over 150 scholars from Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia to collaborate with national and local government agencies on Borneo Island, the universities there, and local civil society to come up with plans for economic development, biodiversity protection, and progress in social inclusion. The Science Panel for Borneo is only the first phase of the much bigger Science Panel for Southeast Asia. The second phase of the Science Panel for Southeast Asia will expand coverage to Sumatra, Sulawesi, and Peninsular Malaysia, and to the seas of the Nusantara. We have to cover the seas of the Nusantara because they account for more than half of the surface area of Southeast Asia. With your support, UN SDSN will draw up a comprehensive conservation plan to prevent extinction of maritime species from overfishing, pollution, and climate change. The above 4 projects were started in 2021 in the midst of the pandemic, and they have come a long way thanks to the tremendous assistance from ASEAN governments and universities. Thanks to the Indonesian government, the Science Panel of Borneo was launched at the Indonesian Pavilion in November 2024 at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. Thanks to the Malaysian Ministry of Economy, some findings from the Middle Income Trap project were presented for comments in the September 2024 preparatory meeting for the 13th Malaysia Plan. I am very thankful that these projects have benefited tremendously from collaboration with many ASEAN knowledge creation centers, like, to mention a few close by partners, the Jeffrey Sachs Center at Sunway University, the Institute for Advanced Studies at University of Malaya, the Research Center for Climate Change at Universitas Indonesia, Center for SDG Research and Support at Thammasat University, Center for Academic Development and Leadership at University Putra Malaysia, and Lestari at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. UNSDSN is gratefully happy to be now working with the Institute for Advanced Studies at University of Malaya to greatly strengthen collaboration between universities in Malaysia and China. When Chinese Prime Minister Li Qiang visited Malaysia last year, the two countries agreed to establish the China-Malaysia International Institute for Advanced Studies, CMIIAS, to collaborate on pioneering research. I thank Professor Abriza Abdullah, former Dean of IAS, and Professor Ramesh Subramaniam, present Dean of IAS, for including me in their effort to set up CMIIAS. I also thank the Jeffrey Chia Foundation for hosting UNSDSN Asia headquarters at the wonderful Sunway University in the inspiring location of a repurposed teen mine. I must express my appreciation to Universitas Indonesia for sharing coordination responsibilities with Sunway University in 3 of the above 4 projects, and to Bank Indonesia for playing the crucial catalytic role in galvanizing universities in the 5 Kalimantan provinces to participate actively in the science panel of Borneo. I would like to thank Professor Jatna Supriyana of Universitas Indonesia and Dr. Ansoka Pautralingka of Bank Indonesia for this happy state of ASEAN solidarity. The theme of ASEAN solidarity is the takeaway from my introduction as well as from Jeff's earlier presentation. ASEAN solidarity is needed not just to achieve the SDGs faster and cheaper, like in the creation of a regional ASEAN smart grid network for electricity. ASEAN solidarity is also needed to help keep peace in the world that is being fragmented by Cold War 2.0. Malaysia is the chair of ASEAN in 2025. This is the year in which the Malaysia Boleh ethos will be severely tested. It is therefore my hope that our discussions over the next 2 days will contribute to the success of Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, Prof. Wu. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to play you a short video now. Thank you.
Tansri Dato Sri Sir Dr. Geoffrey Chia is the founder and chairman of Sunway Group, one of Southeast Asia's leading conglomerates, and the founder and trustee of Geoffrey Chia Foundation. Born in the small tin mining town of Pusing, 200 kilometers north of Kuala Lumpur, Tansri grew up surrounded by ugly scars caused by destructive mining activities and witnessed firsthand how poverty closed off avenues of advancement for many families. These formative experiences shaped Tansri's convictions that quality education offers the best route out of poverty and that sustainable development is vital to the nation's future well-being. After returning from Melbourne, Australia as a business graduate, he joined a local motor assembly plant as an accountant He turned to entrepreneurship not long after with a vision to transform 800 acres of abandoned mining lakes into Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur today, Southeast Asia's model integrated green and sustainable township. Tansri's business success has allowed him to realize his lifelong dream of setting up a foundation dedicated to nation building and giving back to society in an impactful way. The Geoffrey Cheah Foundation has disbursed more than 745 million ringgit in scholarships and grants as of 2024. The foundation also established active partnerships with top-tier universities, such as the University of Cambridge, University of Oxford, and Lancaster University in the UK, and Harvard University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and the University of California, Berkeley in the US. Such collaborations facilitate knowledge transfer and make world-class expertise accessible to young people in the region. In 2019, the Geoffrey Cheah Biomedical Centre was established at the University of Cambridge as the centrepiece of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, the largest biotech cluster outside the US, to advance biomedical research by world-leading experts. Through the foundation, Tansri has also gifted $20 million to the United Nations to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development, the Asia headquarters of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the Sunway Center for Planetary Health. Based at Sunway University, these entities are working with global institutions to further advance the sustainability agenda in this part of the world. Tansri is one of 4 co-chairs driving Mission 4.7, a global initiative for the United Nations that aims to mandate governments worldwide to include a sustainability curriculum in all schools from kindergarten to secondary school levels. For his extraordinary achievements and services to education, healthcare and philanthropy, Tansri is the first Malaysian to be conferred the Knight Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire by His Majesty King Charles III of the United Kingdom. In 2024, Tansri was elected co-patron of the British-Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, serving alongside the British High Commissioner to advance bilateral trade relations between the United Kingdom and Malaysia. In 2023, Tansri was recognized with the EY ASEAN Entrepreneurial Excellence Award for his stalwart leadership and vision in building one of Southeast Asia's leading conglomerates. For his sterling contributions to science, technology, innovation and Malaysia's economic development, Tansri was also appointed a Fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, the highest scientific advisory body in the country. He has also been conferred 12 honorary doctorates by leading universities worldwide. Tansri is a member of Harvard University's Global Advisory Council and is only the second philanthropist in Asia to have been recognized 4 times as Forbes' Asia Hero of Philanthropy. In 2008, Tansri was appointed by Australia's Prime Minister an Officer of the Order of Australia, one of the country's most prestigious and highest recognitions conferred to a non-citizen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great pleasure to now call upon Tansri Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Geoffrey Cheah, founder and chairman of the Sunway Group and chair of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network Malaysia, to present his welcome remarks. Tansri, sir, please.
Yang amat berhormat Datuk Sri Fatilah Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, Your Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Horn, Secretary General of ASEAN, Professor Geoffrey Sachs, President of UN SDSN, and pardon me, our honorary professor at Sunway University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur. Thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat Deputy Prime Minister, for being with us and delivering the keynote address. Your presence here reflects our government's commitment as chair of ASEAN to advance the sustainability agenda in this region. My thanks as well to Your Excellency Dr. Kao and our fellow delegates from ASEAN for participating in this 2 days conference. I am also delighted to welcome back my good friend Professor Sachs and wife Sonia. As most of you will know, he was instrumental in drawing up the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, which were adopted unanimously by the United Nations in 2015. He is one man that I really admire. I always tell my friend Jeff, you got an amazing mind. You can remember all the dates and the history of events and championing and crusading for a better world, prosperous and peaceful for humanity. Thank you, Jeff. Keep up the good work. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike most of you here, I am neither an academic nor an expert. I'm just an entrepreneur doing business with a heart and a philanthropist committed to nation building. But one does not need to be an expert to acknowledge the threat posed by climate change, widening inequality and deepening polarization across the region and the world. In May last year, the UN Secretary General released a report on the world's progress towards achieving the 17 SDGs by the year 2030. The report, of course, was very depressing, to say the least. It appears that with only half a decade left, not a single SDG will be achieved by 20, pardon me, on a global scale. Looking back now, perhaps the UN's lifeline for achieving the blueprint and titled as Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was too idealistic and overly ambitious. Jeffrey, my dear friend, please correct me if I'm misinterpreting the conclusions of the UN Secretary General's report. However, despite the disturbing conditions of the planet and society, I remain optimistic and that humanity must, can, and will rise to overcome the challenges that confront us. And as a big fan of the Beatles, allow me to share the words of the late John Lennon, and I quote, "You may say I'm a dreamer, but I am not the only one," unquote. In my interaction with young people today, I'm impressed by their commitment and deep conviction to build a more progressive, a more sustainable, more inclusive, and a more equitable future. For this to become a reality, what is needed is a strong political will on the part of those in power in the public sector and a firmer commitment by the private sector to the 3P, bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps ASEAN can lead the way in achieving this aspiration. It is heartening to note the agenda laid out by the Prime Minister Tansri Anwar Ibrahim for Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN for 2025. As the Prime Minister has said, this agenda is built around a vision of shared progress, guided by the theme of inclusivity and sustainability. It seeks to combine economic pragmatism with human-centered values to leave no one behind. The UNSDSN's Asia headquarters, based here at Sunway University, and one of only 3 such centers in the world, is fully committed to playing its part in advancing these objectives. And in this context, UNSDSN Asia is championing 3 transformative initiatives. First, the modernization and regional integration of energy and electrical systems. This is essential for decarbonization and economic growth. And I understand that the ASEAN Green Future team, led by UNSDSN Asia, is making great progress in building pathways to connect, develop, and leverage renewable energy resources across the region. Second, the protection of planet's biodiversity. This must be anchored in sustainable agriculture practices, land rehabilitation, and innovation that ensure the preservation of our natural ecosystem. Third, building and enhancing the regional economic infrastructure to achieve ASEAN's vision of creating an integrated single market and production hub. Ladies and gentlemen, and allow me to share some aspect of what we are doing here in Sunway in terms of achieving the sustainability agenda. Sunway has fully embraced the 17 SDGs and incorporated them in our business practices and decision-making processes. We are firmly committed to the 3P bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. As we say here in Sunway, we can all do well by doing good. Sunway Group's commitment to the net zero agenda places us as the first corporation in Malaysia and among the first in Asia to implement a robust internal carbon pricing framework. Our business division that fail to meet their decarbonization targets are penalized by having an amount deducted from their bonus pool. I am also delighted to share that our experts at the Geophysical Center on Sustainable Development and the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, both housed here at Sunway University, work closely with UNSDSN Asia to advance the sustainability agenda in the region. And let me emphasize here that in monitoring all this, it is not my intention to be boastful. In doing what we are doing, I hope that Sunway can inspire more corporations in the region to commit themselves to the sustainability agenda. This is very much aligned with my personal motto, which is, I aspire to inspire before I expire. And ladies and gentlemen, I have always believed that each of us should have a higher purpose in life. For me personally, that purpose is to give back to society in an impactful way and building a better world for our future generation. And as I mentioned earlier, corporations can play their part in advancing the sustainability agenda by adopting the 3P bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. This would help broaden their focus from the financial bottom line to include the interests not just of the shareholders, but all stakeholders. These are the customer, the supplier, employees, and the local communities. At Sunway, we firmly believe that no corporation can live apart from the communities it serves. Our efforts here are driven by the conviction that realizing the 17 SDG is not the responsibility of the government alone. Building a sustainable future requires the commitment of all segments of society. That is, the private sector, the academia, civil society, and of course, every one of us here. We are all in this together, ladies and gentlemen. In closing, I would like to thank Professor Wu and his team at the UNSD ASEAN Asia for organizing this important summit to advance the SDG. I wish you all a productive and fruitful discussion in building a better tomorrow for the world and for our future generation. Thank you very much.
The youth of today are always in search of extremes, but it's by maintaining balance that we truly find happiness. Which is why I'm here in Iskandar, Malaysia, to meet with a man that's taken balance to the extreme. By maintaining 40% of local flora and fauna, Sunway has ensured a beneficial harmony between natural surroundings and nurturing experiences. Tansri.
Hi, Nick.
You've done it again. I mean, what inspires you? This place is beautiful.
Well, Nick, education is the best way out of poverty. And it is crucial, very, very crucial that we give to our younger generation. I believe that for sustainable development of a nation, it is education. Sunway always lead the way. We walk the talk, and I believe in that very much.
More than 12,000 trees are being tended to in this tree nursery. For every tree removed in the development, one or two more are put back in their place. And naturally, all this hard work starts at the source, the Pendus River.
This is the lifeblood of the place, which is why Sunway is working really hard to maintain the water quality,
Which means the animals and plants that call this place home can continue to live in harmony here.
and the lessons learnt can be applied elsewhere in Malaysia. Today, Sunway, tomorrow, the world.
Thank you so much, Tansri sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed truly honored to have with us this morning Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Sir Geoffrey Chia, Honorary Distinguished Professor, Sunway University, to set the context for the workshop. Please do join me in welcoming, if I may, an old friend to us at Sunway, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, to speak at a venue which I believe has now become the top 3 in Jeff's itinerary of favorite venues. Professor Sachs, please.
Deputy Prime Minister, Secretary General of ASEAN, Tansri, Geoffrey Chia, President Sabrandis, other dignitaries and luminaries, which is all of you. Again, what a wonderful occasion and a wonderful opportunity for brainstorming. Some of you heard me an hour ago talk about some of the important themes, but I would emphasize most importantly for us today the theme of ASEAN taking the lead across this region. And I also need to apologize. I kept saying the ASEAN 10 countries this morning, and of course it's 11 now with the Timor-Leste joining. Do I understand that correctly? Coming, on the way. Not quite yet. When will it happen? Okay, good. Well, 10 and a half, and in gestation for the 11th. This is a remarkable region. We saw pictures of the beauty of the region and the leaders who are committed to protecting the beauty of the region, the human remarkable cultures of this region, and the astounding biodiversity. and the intellectual leadership as well. With Malaysia hosting and being president of ASEAN in 2025, I think there are opportunities for tremendous breakthroughs. As you heard, SDSN is working very diligently, very intensively on the connected themes of transformation. The energy transformation, which we know to be central for a safe planet in the years ahead, is a region-wide necessity and a region-wide commitment. And I want to thank the team for the ASEAN Green Future. We'll be hearing today and especially tomorrow a presentation of the results of that work. This brings together teams from across ASEAN in academic centers in 9 of the countries and gives an opportunity for making a common breakthrough. The ASEAN Secretariat is intensively working in this area, and we'll also hear tomorrow another very important, I think, pivotal group for this region, which is GuideCo, China's initiative for energy interconnection. GuideCo stands for Global Energy Interconnection Development Cooperation Organization, and the China State Grid many years ago created GuideCo based on the lessons of China's own experience, which is to power China in a sustainable way means moving the electrons over long distances, because in Western China there's great solar energy, great wind energy, great hydroelectric power. The major population centers tend to be on the eastern coast. And so what was needed within China was a vast, integrated, smart system. And GuideCo took the expertise from China and is working with regions around the world to help identify the best pathways for regional scale integration. SDSN is very honored to work with GuideCo on this mission globally and regionally, and tomorrow we'll have the chairman of GuideCo with us, together with the SDSN's own initiative, together with the work of the ASEAN Secretariat, to see how in this year, while Malaysia has the presidency, a commitment can be made to roll out the full infrastructure that will be needed. As Professor Wu just told you, another major theme is the knowledge economy. This is fundamental for Sunway, obviously, for Tansri's leadership. It's fundamental for Malaysia. Professor Wu depicted it in the context of the middle income challenge. What is the difference of middle income economic status and high income status in the world? It is the knowledge economy is the essential difference. It's the quality of education, and the quality of education translated into advanced technologies and innovation systems. Professor Wu said, the issue hangs in the balance. Will that breakthrough be made? I'll give you the answer, yes. So you can have a lot of optimism. This is an extremely dynamic region, and it's a region that has understood that the essence of economic development for the long term is the advance of knowledge and its application in technology. And I would say that we're here with the Vice President of SDSN for Latin America, also Emma Torres. And we know in the Latin American region, this is also a big challenge, because Latin America is a region that was middle income 40 years ago, and it remains middle income today. And one of the shortcomings of that 40-year period was on the education and technology front. Latin America grappled with many, many issues during this period, but it did not make the breakthrough to the forefront of technology in many areas. This region will do so, but that's the hard work of quality higher education, which is the essence of Sunway's mission and challenge, and the transformation of that educational achievement into breakthroughs in technology. We're in the midst of the greatest technological revolution in history, most likely. What's happening day by day, month by month, we've never seen anything quite like this. For me, a measure of this is that 2 of the Nobel Science Prizes this year went for artificial intelligence. And I'm especially tickled by the fact that the Nobel Prize for Chemistry went to somebody who is not remotely a chemist, but he's a very good programmer. And so he applied artificial intelligence to accomplish what generations of biochemists were not able to do with their cutting edge tools, and that is protein folding. And Demis Hassabis, the co-founder of DeepMind, who a most remarkable company, who found out how to be the best at Go, the best at chess, and the best at protein folding, all within a short period of about 8 years, won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry. Now, this is the advance that promises us the potential breakthroughs across the board into new levels of prosperity, sustainability, and solutions to age-old problems, whether it's in health or in other areas. And ASEAN will be in the forefront of that. I believe together working closely with China, I hope working closely with the United States and Europe, but in the forefront. So this is the second area of our work. And the third, which Professor Wu mentioned, is in addition to the energy and the knowledge economy, the protection of the unique biodiversity of this region. Again, if I may point to the work of Emma Torres, she helped to establish in Latin America a science panel for the Amazon, which quickly brought together hundreds of leading ecologists across South America in the Amazon basin countries to look comprehensively at what needs to be done to protect that unique ecosystem. The work was inspiring. The scientists volunteered their time remarkably. They produced essentially a multi-volume study within a little over a year, the first scientific assessment of the Amazon that was comprehensive that had ever been done. And on that basis, we have taken the inspiration, and colleagues here based at Sunway are leading the work for a science panel for biodiversity across the ASEAN region, starting with Borneo, but as Wing explained, in other ecosystems as well. So this is phenomenally important work. You know, with all the troubles that we have, and with a world that is sometimes so confused and insensible that we're spending our time on war and on the military and on destruction, we're also at the brink of breakthroughs that are unimaginable in terms of prosperity, new ways of education, advances in healthcare, solutions to agriculture, solutions to so many challenges. And I think 2025, despite all the noise and all of the confusion, for this region will be a year of profound breakthrough. I am very confident that Malaysia, with its presidency of ASEAN, will make a profound contribution. And I'm absolutely convinced that the ASEAN Secretariat, which is working very hard and very diligently on a vision for this region for the coming generation, will see a powerful vision come to light. So thank you all for the opportunity for this workshop and for the great chance to brainstorm together in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sachs. Ladies and gentlemen, to share with us the ASEAN perspective, please do join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Horn, Secretary General of ASEAN.
YAB Dato Sri Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusuf, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Tansri, Sir Geoffrey Chia, Honorary Distinguished Professor, Sunway University. Tansri Dato Sri Sir Dr. Geoffrey Chia, AO, Chair of ASEAN Malaysia, Chairman of Sunway Group, and Chancellor of Sunway University. Professor Emeritus Ulung Dr. Wu Wingtai, Vice President for Asia, UN SDSN. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here today at the ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development 2025. I would like to start by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the Sustainable Development Solutions Network and Sunway University for organizing this event. Your unwavering commitment to promoting dialogue and collaboration on the vital issue of sustainable development is truly commendable and merits full support. Sustainable development is no longer merely an aspiration goal. It is an existential imperative and a catalyst for innovation, growth, and progress in shaping the future. In recent years, it has gained unparalleled momentum as nations and organizations confront the pressing challenges of climate change. Of course, we'll heard so much about this. Biodiversity loss and social inequality. In 2023, the United Nations adopted the SDGs Summit, political declaration reaffirming the commitment to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and scaling up efforts to address the climate crisis. From innovative financial solutions to transformative policies on climate adaptation, nations are advancing towards greener and more equitable economies. As we move into 2025, the urgency of collaborative multilateral action to achieve the SDGs has never been more pronounced. These global imperatives set both the stage and the challenges for ASEAN as we pursue sustainable and inclusive growth. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the cascading crises we face, from conflict to economic stagnation, from deepening inequalities and the intensifying effects of climate extremes, are challenges that resonate deeply with many of us here. They are compounding the difficulties we face in achieving sustainable development for nearly 700 million people in the ASEAN region. The challenges before us are stark and immediate. While ASEAN's population growth has moderated, our urban centers are projected to increase by 1.5% by 2050. Our forest coverage has declined to 46%, while climate impacts threaten to push 2.5 million additional people into poverty by 2030. We face mounting pressures from record temperatures and climate disasters, persistent healthcare barriers, food insecurity, and widespread informal employment. The 2019 Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics
which involves 6 ASEAN member states, revealed concerning educational disparities across the entire ASEAN region. Yet, ASEAN's resilience and progress also tell a compelling story. Our combined GDP of $3.8 trillion in 2023 position us as the world's 5th largest economy, with projections to reach 4th place by 2030. Our robust trade, valued at $3.5 trillion, nearly equals our GDP. Intra-ASEAN trade at 21.5% of total regional trade continues to drive our economic integration. Foreign direct investment has surged to $230 billion in 2023, established ASEAN as a premier global investment destination. In social development, ASEAN has made significant strides in poverty reduction, education, public health, gender equality, and the overall well-being of our citizens. As of 2022, ASEAN achieved a remarkable 95.1% adult literacy rate. Women now occupy 29.2% of managerial positions across the workforce, and 19.5% are represented in their respective national parliaments. We also recognize that sustainable development is closely linked to the digital revolution, which drives innovation, efficiency, and inclusivity in tackling environmental challenges. The digital landscape within ASEAN is expanding rapidly, with internet usage reaching 76.8% in 2020. Of course, probably a little more now. We are also accelerating our transition to renewable energy sources and playing an increasingly crucial role in global biodiversity conservation. Our initiatives include planting at least 10 million native trees over the next decade, in alignment with the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and expanding the network of protected areas through the ASEAN Heritage Parks Program. At the moment, we have more than 60 parks, ASEAN Heritage Parks, across the entire 10 ASEAN member states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now highlight some of the key advancements and initiatives we have made in the areas central to this workshop: education, environmental stewardship, dynamic trade and investment, energy, and smart, sustainable urban development. In education and human development, ASEAN is actively integrating technology through initiatives like the Roadmap on Digital Transformation of Education Systems, which aims to ensure equitable access for all learners. The Vientiane Statement on Equity, Access, and Environment, Advancing Climate Resilience in Early Childhood Settings, emphasizes the importance of early childhood education alongside environmental care. Additionally, the recently adopted ASEAN Sumio Joint Declaration on Common Space in Southeast Asian higher education will strengthen regional higher education by fostering inclusion, innovation, and sustainability. Our environmental commitment manifests through concrete action. The ASEAN Center for Climate Change coordinates regional climate initiatives, while the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution and its accompanying roadmap demonstrate our resolve to combat environmental challenges. The forthcoming ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control will strengthen these efforts. Through the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, we actively advance the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. To foster a dynamic and responsible economic environment, ASEAN has embraced several strategic frameworks to promote sustainability. These include the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality, which identifies decarbonization solutions tailored to the region. The Framework for Circular Economy for the ASEAN Economic Community, designed to enhance resource efficiency, build resilience against supply shocks, and mitigate the impacts of resource depletion and price volatility. An ASEAN Blue Economy framework which promotes an integrated and sustainable approach to harnessing the value of resources from oceans, seas, and fresh water, while creating value-added products and strengthening value chains. In the energy sector, ASEAN has pursued a concerted strategy to increase the share of renewable energy in our energy mix. Energy demand in the region is projected to increase by 3.5%, the 2022 level under the current baseline scenario. To accommodate this surge, secure and reliable electricity infrastructure is vital. The overarching vision of the ASEAN Power Grid is crucial to facilitate and maximize renewable energy potential and enhance energy security by facilitating cross-border interconnections. In fact, our ASEAN economic ministers in September last year decided to pursue the ASEAN Power Grid to ensure that the oversupply energy in certain areas should be able to channel and use in other areas. This aligns with the goals outlined in the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. To advance our smart and sustainable urban development, ASEAN Smart City Network and ASEAN Sustainable Urbanization Strategy connect our cities and provide a platform for them to share best practices and catalyze opportunities. The ASEAN has expanded membership to 31 cities, while the ASEAN Sustainable Urbanization Strategy has provided technical assistance to cities in managing urban challenges. Under Malaysian chairmanship this year, more concrete activities are planned to expand engagement with all stakeholders. Despite ongoing challenges, ASEAN's foundational strengths position us uniquely for the future. Our demographic dividend, natural resource abundance, and strategic location, combined with our steadfast pursuit of international cooperation, create powerful momentum for sustainable development. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and its accompanying strategic plans set for adoption this year will provide a clear roadmap for accelerating sustainable development. This is for the very first time in the history of ASEAN that we will have the 20-year vision, something that we have not done before. But this is something that we embarked for some time already. And this year, under Malaysian chairmanship, our leaders expect to adopt this 20-year vision along with the 4 strategic plans. The 3 principles embodied in the vision, which I term as peace, prosperity, and people, will guide us towards a more sustainable and equitable future. Peace forms the bedrock upon which our region's prosperity can flourish. By fostering dialogue, nurturing trust, and resolving conflicts amicably, we build lasting stability. Prosperity includes social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and fair distribution of growth dividends. People are at the heart of sustainable development. With investment in our human capital and empowerment of our communities being essential to realizing our shared aspirations. Strong partnerships with all stakeholders within ASEAN and with our external partners will be key to transforming this vision into reality. I would like to take this opportunity to share my thoughts on how we can align and harmonize our efforts to further advance this critical agenda. First, the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 calls upon us to strengthen ASEAN's global leadership on sustainability. Our partnership with the United Nations has been pivotal in strengthening the synergies between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This alignment is embodied in the Complementarities Initiative 2020-2025, endorsed at the ASEAN UN Summit back in 2016. With the forthcoming ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we are preparing to launch the new complementary initiative, and which is 2.0, to continue our contribution to global sustainability efforts. Second, our sustainability agenda demands intensified action across green value chains, circular economy initiatives, and decarbonization efforts. We will leverage sustainable finance, advance the blue economy, and enable business transition to greener practices. Our approach includes establishing robust emissions tracking mechanism, expanding green financing access, and strengthening policy frameworks. The development of interoperable carbon market and exploration of carbon capture technologies will help balance economic growth with environmental stewardship. Third, in this area of rapid digitalization, it is essential that we shape the digital transformation in an inclusive and sustainable manner. With over 480 million active internet users, ASEAN's digital economy is poised to reach $1 trillion by 2030. To sustain this momentum, ASEAN is working to finalize the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DIFA, before the end of this year, which is projected to unlock up to $2 trillion in economic value by 2030. And I think here during the Malaysian chairmanship, we expect that this agreement will be finalized, included during this year. I think this is going to be one of the major outcomes within this year. This vision requires deeper regional integration to facilitate seamless business operations and ensure efficient, secure digital services. Our efforts include advancing initiatives in digital trade, e-commerce, e-payments, digital IDs, cybersecurity, and the governance of emerging technologies. Fourth, investing in human capital remains the cornerstone of our sustainable development agenda. And as I, of course, certainly congratulate and express my appreciation to Sunway University under the able leadership of Professor Geoffrey Chia, because university plays a very important role here. By continuing to invest in education, skills development, and healthcare, we are empowering ASEAN citizens to thrive in the 21st century. The ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development for the Changing World of Work underscores our commitment to improving skills and fostering public-private partnerships. Gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are also ASEAN's top priorities. Last year, we published the second edition of the ASEAN Gender Outlook, which provides critical data to ensure accountability for gender-related targets within the SDGs. Fifth, ASEAN's youth, comprising 1/3 of our population, are key to realizing the SDGs. Empowering our youth with comprehensive support is absolutely essential. We must equip them with the skills needed for the green and digital economies, encourage them to be innovators in addressing ASEAN's challenges, and empower them to lead and shape the future for our region. Finally, our shared commitment to multilateralism, the rule of law, and the rule-based international order is increasingly vital. By fostering international partnerships based on this principle of openness, inclusivity, transparency, and mutual respect, we can create an environment that supports sustainable growth and development. The ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, serves as a key framework for enhancing cooperation and connectivity across our dynamic region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we stand at this pivotal moment, charting ASEAN's course for the next 2 decades, this workshop serves as a crucial platform for collaboration and innovation. Our success demands a comprehensive approach to sustainable development. Our approach must prioritize sustainable financing. We must mobilize resources through innovative means like green bonds, blended finance, and impact investment. We must also actively engage the private sector and explore philanthropic support. Equally crucial is the need to fill the data gaps. Strengthening data collection, analysis, and dissemination will foster a culture of data-driven decision-making process across the entire ASEAN community. While resource intensive, filling these gaps is essential for effective and targeted efforts. And most critically, we must address the imperative of strengthening partnerships. The interconnectedness and complexity of the SDGs necessitates a collaborative approach. By forging a robust and enduring partnership among governments, civil society, the private sector, academia, we can leverage our collective strengths to generate innovative solutions. Particularly, I invite the SDSN to work in tandem with ASEAN and its sustainable centers, such as the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue, to pursue synergistic solutions for achieving the SDGs. Your global network and vast repository of knowledge will be truly invaluable in our journey towards sustainability. Looking ahead, the SDG Summit 2025 represents a pivotal milestone for all of us. It offers an opportunity for ASEAN to showcase its progress and demonstrate the strength of our collective efforts towards sustainable development. This is a critical moment to reaffirm our commitment to the global SDG agenda, and of course, certainly to exchange best practice and align our priorities with the broader international community. As we prepare for this summit, let us work together with renewed determination to ensure that our actions today will contribute to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for all of us. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN's commitment to sustainable development remains unwavering. Our collective capacity to overcome challenges and achieve the SDGs will forge a more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient future for all. In closing, let me express my sincere appreciation to the organizers, the ASEAN Sunway University, particularly Professor Wu and his team, and of course all the participants of this workshop. Let us work in concert with steadfast resolve to build a sustainable future for ASEAN. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for outlining the challenges, initiatives, and strategies impacting the SDGs through the lens of ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to now call upon Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation, representing the Prime Minister, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, to share with us the Malaysian perspective.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, which means peace be upon you. And very good morning to all. Thank you, Mr. MC. Your Excellency, Dr. Kao Kim Hoon, Secretary General of ASEAN. Yang Bahagia Tansri, Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Chia, Chair of UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, or SDSN Malaysia. He's also the Chairman of Sunway Group and Chancellor of Sunway University. Professor Geoffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And Tansri Sir Jeffrey Chia, Distinguished Professor at Sunway University. Professor Wu Wing Tai, Vice President in charge of SDSN Asia Headquarters at Sunway University and Research Professor at Sunway University. Distinguished leaders of ASEAN, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to represent the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Malaysia, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, at this ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development. Prime Minister Anwar conveys his apologies for being called away at the last minute on an official visit to the Middle East, but he sent his appreciation to Tansri, Sir Geoffrey Chia, and Professor Jeffrey Sachs for this kind invitation, and also his best wishes for a successful workshop. We gather today under the shared banner of regional cooperation and progress. I'm humbled by the privilege Malaysia has to assume the chairmanship of ASEAN in 2025. Our theme for the year ahead is one of sustainability and inclusion. This aligns perfectly with the theme of the AWSD 2025 that is accelerating ASEAN progress on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, Malaysia has an opportunity and indeed a responsibility to chart a bold course for the future of ASEAN in its journey towards realizing the Sustainable Development Goals. To accelerate our course, Malaysia will champion 3 transformative initiatives: energy decarbonization, biodiversity protection, and economic connectivity. These efforts are not only vital to achieving our shared development goals, but will also position ASEAN as a global leader in sustainability and resilience. Our first priority is the transition towards a low-carbon interconnected energy grid powered primarily by renewable energy sources. This transformation is not just an environmental imperative, but a strategic necessity. It is key to meeting our decarbonization targets while ensuring energy security across the region. To achieve this, we must engage in strategic analysis and road mapping to assess current and projected energy demands, identify renewable resource capacities, and evaluate existing transmission infrastructures to address gaps. I'm delighted to hear that this work is already ongoing right here at Sunway University under SDSN's ASEAN Green Future Project. I'm closely following its progress and eagerly await the pathways it will present for ASEAN countries for the mutual benefit of all. The ASEAN Green Future Project is a framework of regional cooperation. Apart from addressing infrastructural needs, it also involves harmonizing policies, tariffs, and regulation to enable seamless cross-border energy trade. Building capacity among ASEAN nations in clean energy technologies must also be prioritized to ensure the successful implementation of these systems. Successful implementation brings many benefits, not only decarbonize our energy system, but also position ASEAN as an attractive destination for high-tech industries and investment, driving economic growth alongside environmental sustainability. Our second priority is the preservation of ASEAN-rich biodiversity, an invaluable asset that sustains life and livelihoods across our region. However, some of our world's highest rates of deforestation and habitat loss happening is in our own backyard, compelling us to act decisively to reverse these alarming trends. We hope that under Malaysia's chairmanship, we can strengthen the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity to coordinate conservation efforts, harmonize national policies, and establish a biodiversity protection treaty that commits member nations to sustainable land use practices. I wish to congratulate SDSN on the launch of its Science Panel for Borneo, Southeast Asia at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. Borneo is ASEAN's treasure. It is part of our natural heritage and of tremendous significance as a carbon sink for the world. Well managed, it also presents many opportunities to create economic opportunities through ecotourism, sustainable agriculture, and innovative bioeconomies. Let us in ASEAN lead the global conversation of ecosystem conservation and show the world that biodiversity conservation is not just an urgent climate change response, but is also socially impactful and economically viable. Our third priority focuses on the development of integrated modern infrastructure to strengthen ASEAN's economic integration and connectivity. A connected ASEAN is a stronger ASEAN. Some of the initiatives that we should be actively exploring include high-speed rail development to link major ASEAN cities, green ports and shipping, and universal 5G access across urban and rural areas to bridge digital gaps or digital divides. This will no doubt involve massive investments in infrastructure, and we need to explore innovative financing mechanisms, such as through public-private partnerships that can attract both regional and international investments. By enhancing our infrastructure, we can reduce barriers to trade, foster economic growth, and position ASEAN as a global leader in connectivity and innovation. I am very pleased to know about the SDSN project, leaping over the middle income trap to accelerate regional economic development by deepening ASEAN economic cooperation on industrial upgrading and by working with the rest of the global south to prevent the fragmentation of the global trade and financial systems. The economic developmental objectives of ASEAN would require united ASEAN to play an active mediative role in global affairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is committed to pursuing this initiative with vigor and determination. These priorities reflect our shared aspirations for a prosperous, sustainable, and interconnected ASEAN. But achieving these goals require collaboration between governments, the private sectors, and civil society. It demands that we leverage our collective strength as a region, embracing innovation, resilience, and inclusivity. So let us move forward together, not only as community of nations, but as stewards of a better future for all. The road ahead is challenging, but the rewards, a thriving, sustainable ASEAN, are well worth the effort. I'm certain that this ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development 2025 will generate many workable solutions, and we in the Prime Minister's office look forward to its outcomes. I wish you all a most productive days ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. If we could indulge you to kindly remain on stage. Thank you so much, sir. And invite you to the center of the stage. We'd like to take a group photograph on stage. We have a marker on stage. Thank you very much. May I humbly invite His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hoon to stand on the right of the Deputy Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us as we organize this. This is as complex as negotiating ASEAN countries. Next, can I invite Professor Wu Wing Tai to accompany Yang Bahagia Tansri Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Chia. Tansri, could you please stand on the left of the Deputy Prime Minister? And Prof. Wu to stand on the left of Tansri. Next, can I invite Professor Jeff Sachs up on stage? Professor Sachs, if you could kindly stand on the right of His Excellency Dr. Kao. Can I have next Tansri Razman up on stage there? Tansri Razman, if you could stand on the left of Prof. Wu. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many thorns on stage. To have a rose on stage, it gives me great pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee to stand next to Professor Sachs, please. That is the complete list. So if you want to take your cameras out, let's get ready to take some pictures. Way up there at the top of the venue, we have some more cameras. Thank you so much. May I invite our distinguished guests to exit the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next part of our ceremony this morning, as you can see, I've lost my comfort zone. They've taken away my rostrum. I feel very naked. What we're going to do next is we're going to take a group photograph of every one of you here in the venue. Let me get out of the way. And this will be done with cameramen who are on stage. And I've been given very specific instructions. Just like if we go to a dentist, we have no gaps in our teeth, so there should be no gaps in the audience. If you have an empty seat, could you scrunch up and move up and fill up those empty seats so that we don't have any empty seats in the hall when the group photograph is finally taken? Are we all in? Can we fill up the empty seats and all those on the sides to scrunch up? Can I ask our camera crew, do you need everybody to stand up at some point? If the cameraman cannot agree, we will be here till 2 o'clock. Maybe seated first. Last row stand up. Wow, okay, so could we get the last row to stand up? Because you might not be seen from way down here, yeah. Thank you very much. Now that concludes the opening ceremony. Can I invite our Deputy Prime Minister and distinguished guests in the first row to kindly exit my left, please. For the rest of our guests, thank you so much. Lunch is served We are on time and on schedule. We are expected to return to this venue at 1:30. Lunch is served. Kindly use the exit on my right, please. Thank you. Exit on my right, please. Lunch is served on this floor in the corridor on your left. Yeah, so please head down using the exit to my right, please. Thank you.
and now we will have a stomach full of knowledge awaiting you. So the first panel that we'll be having is the panel on operationalizing the Malaysia Madani education and training agenda. And to introduce himself and the rest of the panel, I request Professor Wong Chun Huat to come kindly to the stage.
The gender segregation is completely unintended. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to have you back. It's always a challenge after lunch, but good that we have star speakers like Stephen, Professor Johannes, and Karen. So we're here. Now, I'm Chin Huat, Deputy to Professor Wu at the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, SDSN Asia Headquarters. I'm a political scientist by training, so I work on SDGs 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, but also held in works like SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 10, reduce inequalities, and so on. And, well, but today the show is not about me, of course, so I will stop here. But to go back to the topic, we are talking about Madani, Malaysia, how to operationalize this idea in the field of education and training. I would probably, because for the interest of our international participants, I would like to do a very, very brief introduction of what Madani, Malaysia Madani is. You might have heard it everywhere. The word Madani is from Arabic. It means progress. Sometimes people translate it as civil or urban, with a specific reference to the city of Medina. In the first 10 years of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as a political leader. Medina was a poorer society at that time, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, and it had advanced forward. So Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim aspired to bring Malaysia on a progress that, with inspirations from Medina. Now, but also very easy for you to remember what Madani is about because it contains 6 values. And that would be just come in nicely as an acronym in English, SCRIP. The first is S, sustainability. C is compassion and care. R is respect. I is innovation. P is prosperity. And T is trust. Now, so that's unpacking the question. Now is to introduce our speakers, panelists. Stephen Sim, basically, you don't need to do much introduction, but as formality, I will still have to highlight a few things. He is currently the Minister of Human Resource, got his promotion after being the Deputy Minister of Finance for 10 months. He is one of the youngest, he's one of the youngest minister in Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim government. Whether or not he is the, I'm not sure, but yeah, he's the youngest, so that's good enough. One of the.
One Benedict is 1 year younger than me.
Ah, okay, so he's second youngest. Now we get the precision. And he has been the MP for Bukit Mertajam since 2013. So this is his 3rd term. And he has a background. Oh, we have to boost this part that unashamedly, he is our alumnus. First batch from the Master Program of Management in Sustainable Development. So if you intend to be a minister and you are only an MP, consider sign up for our program. We also have Karen in the same batch, so they are our first batch of product. You know the quality. But I'll come to Karen next. Stephen has something else to say. His first degree is actually in computer science from UM. But he have written books not about AI, coding, and all those things. He wrote books on history and culture. One of them is Hantua, Adi Vira Bangsa. That's him. Now, we have a professor, associate professor, Dr. Wan Johannes Binti Saad. She is the director of the Center for Academic Development and Leadership Excellence, and a professor, an associate professor in the Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences at University Putra Malaysia, UPM. From 2018 to 2022, she was the Director of Academic Excellence Division, Department of Higher Education under the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. So very fitting to talk about the topic today. And one extra interesting part, say,
大家午安。
Well, she's more than that. She actually she graduated from primary school from SJKC Jihua in Alasta. She can hold a conversation perfectly in Chinese. Now next we have Karen. Karen is our Director of Education Study at the SDSN Asia headquarters here. And she is a leading person in our Mission 4.7 initiative. Now, Mission 4.7 is the target 4.7 under SDG 4 on education. So this is about, the mission is about to transform K-12 education in the Asia-Pacific region by making sustainable development a key feature of national curricula. And we know that this whole initiative has 4 global leaders. One of them is Tansri Sir Geoffrey Chia. And prior to joining Sunway, Karen was with the Rasat School of Government, where she led projects on education program for senior bureaucrats and research projects on public sector improvement. Now, I would like to go straight to the questions. This is how we're going to run this 1 hour and 30 minutes. We would have 3 rounds of questions from me. I will ask each of them. The first round would take 10 minutes. And the second round and the third round would be 5 minutes. So basically, if they use up their time, and we would finish it in 1 hour. We will finish the first hour. And after that, I would open the floor for people to ask questions. I would collect questions, and then you pose to them, and they have remaining time to cover it about each person. I think altogether it's about 15 to 18 minutes. So each person is about 5 to 7 minutes for them to cover that. So roughly, that's how we go about it. And so for those of you, for the panelists, we would time their answers. So we want to keep that conversation as open as possible. But for those of you who want to ask questions, this is a challenge for you. I know it's tempting for people to start going on and give a short presentation on the floor. You would have to keep it within 1 minute. I would have to cut you off after that so that more people can ask questions. All right. Without further ado, the first question for Stephen. Stephen, AI and automation has caused 0.3 million job loss since 2020. I like a bit of fear-mongering. So what is the accumulated job loss expected by 2030? How would the projected job loss be distributed across sectors? As technological shocks often hit the poorer, less educated, and older segment more than others, thus exacerbating inequality and feeling discontentment, meaning political trouble. What is the ministry doing to reduce technological unemployment, to leave as far as possible no one behind? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chin Huan, and also my fellow esteemed panelists. And I like how Chin Huan say Prof. Wan can hold a conversation in perfect Chinese. So was Hang Tuah actually. If you in my book I wrote about how Hang Tuah actually learned Chinese among the 12 languages that he was fluent with. So I'm going to start with Pantun. This has been a culture of Kesuma, and I've been criticized by netizens for being a Menteri Pantun. You try to write one and see, whether in Mandarin, Bahasa, or even English. I think it represents the wit and intelligence of our culture. I personally believe in that, and encouraging this culture is not just about celebrating this culture, but also testing the mind. Madu mentah dibuat jamu, madu segera dimakan pekat, maju bangsa kerana ilmu, maju negara kerana bakat. Thank you so much. I know Chin Huat since we were colleagues in PI, Penang Institute, so I know fear-mongering is one of his characteristics, right? So in the question he put in, there's going to be 0.3 million or 300,000 job loss since X year ago, 2020 something, up to 2020. You mentioned it's because of AI. I'm not sure whether the report say it is because of AI or pandemic or other matters, but
that's from the Age Malaysia.
Yeah. But I think what I should do is really to give you an overview of what is the current situation. What is the current situation in our labor market, our labor dynamics? I characterize the situation with what I call the three paradoxes of the current Malaysian labor market. Number one, it's what I call skills to The number one is wage to job paradox. So we are in a very low unemployment situation. Labor market is very tight. So it is a workers' market. 3.2%, I think, at this current rate. But at the same time, you imagine that if it is a workers' market, wages would be improving because it is on the demand of the workers, because low unemployment. But unfortunately, the paradox in this situation is that wages are relatively low. Median wage monthly salary is about 2.7 plus thousand a month. The second paradox is what I call the skills job paradox. Employers has been complaining to us all the time when we meet investors. They're saying we do not have enough talents, especially in STEM, in science, technology, engineering sector. So figures have been thrown around. We need about 60,000 engineers and technical workers currently. But at the same time, interestingly, underemployment due to mismatch between job and education or academic qualification is relatively high, over 36%. Although we have seen an improvement last year versus the year before, but it is still quite high. Compare unemployment 3.2% versus underemployment vis-a-vis job and education qualification is over 36%. The third paradox is what I call the education job paradox. And this is one of the favorite questions thrown to me at forums, which is why I thought this is an interesting paradox. World Bank last year published a report that says we produce about 300,000 graduates every year. But the job market can only provide about 50,000 high-paying, high-skilled jobs. So you have this current issue that we are facing. There are some positive numbers, but unfortunately, the paradox is that there are also some challenges and issues that we have to face. on the issue of AI, digitalization, displacing jobs or affecting jobs, what we did last year, I know AI is a thing today. I always say, if you want to sell your product today, you want to sell your mineral water, just put AI enabled. You go very far. And everyone is talking about AI all the time, but do we really know what is AI? I did computer science 20 years ago. At that time, it was what we call the expert system model. Today is LLM. So even for somebody who have done computer science 20 years ago, we may not be very familiar with the current AI. So in Kesuma, what we did around March or April last year was we said, okay, it is very important, everyone's talking about AI, but we do not want to shoot into the dark. So anticipating more than 6 months later, our friend is going to ask me this question. Last year in April, we decided, let us do a report to assess the impact of AI, digitalization, and the green economy against our Malaysian job market. And the report was actually launched, it was completed around end of September, it was launched in November. And the report is available online. So I will leave you to read the report. But essentially, we are looking at about we look at about 60-70% of our GDP, 10 key sectors. And it will be another 10 sectors will be done this year. But essentially, we are looking at about 600,000 jobs that are going to be impacted at various degrees. So and in these 10 sectors. So one of the reasons for this is so that policymakers like the government, not just my ministry, but education, higher education, MITI, essentially, private sector, investors, employers, SME, and also workers and Malaysians in general can actually look at empirically driven research on how your job, your role, your industry will be impacted by these 21st century economic trends. For us, this is important so that we can craft strategies, so that we don't shoot into the dark. Just because everyone is doing AI, we do AI. And out of this, we've got a portal called My Mahir, where you can assess your situation in the next 3 to 5 years. And then this year, when I launched it last year in November, I said this is only half the story. Because this year, we are going to launch what I call the fulfillment part of it. What are people who are facing issues with AI, displacing their jobs or affecting their job, what can they do in terms of training, in terms of reskilling, cross-skilling, pivoting to perhaps other roles as well. So these are some of the things that we are doing, but I think importantly, this report represented, and this report was done, I saw that 3 minutes left, this report was done, 60% of the committee that sits that's set to prepare the report are from the private sectors, both MNCs and SMEs, because we do not want to just have a theoretical framework. We have a theoretical framework, but essentially we want the industry to tell us how will all these trends affect your job on a day-to-day basis in the next 3 to 5 years. So I think this is very important because it helps us to have a visibility of the future, near future, and then from then, I mean, the government has all sorts of training programs, even as we speak, right? In Kesuma, I can elaborate all this training program later. But how do we strategically, the bahasa word is menggemblengkan, how do we synthesize, how do we combine all these resources so that it can be more tactical, strategic in dealing with real issues that's going to be faced by Malaysians in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Beri barang di 7-Eleven, ada dari selatan sampai ke utara. Dulu Hantawa, kini Stephen. Pandai bahasa, kuat negara.
Terima kasih.
Dia jual pantun, saya kena belilah.
You need wits and intelligence to come up with something like that at a short notice. So I think he deserves another round of applause.
No, he's a menteri pantun, I'm the columnist pantun. So I have to hold my ground. And second question, just give me a moment. Second question to Professor Johannes. Should our education, especially university education, aim to meet the human resource need of the economy mainly? Or is education more than job training? It's about self-actualization, intellectual fulfillment, citizen empowerment, and so on. Now, how do we strike the balance? What's your response? So I do not simply create all the story, right? Just now, the earlier ones from the Age, this is from World Bank. What is your response to the World Bank finding that 25% of our degree holders work in jobs that do not match their talents? Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. YB, I don't know any pantun. And 也不会讲华语，也不会用pantun 讲华语。Okay. Okay. So, regarding the should in education, especially in university, aim to meet human resource. I believe that education should strike balance. Not just to equip students to meet the human resource, economic human resource needs, but also to be able to fulfill the broader mission in terms of intellectual fulfillment and citizen empowerment. And I do believe that, you know, in order for us to meet the human resource need, we'll see that a skill alignment and industry needs are important. About the when we talk about underemployment, skill-related underemployment or SRU, I think this issue has been debating in many platforms, especially between the Ministry of Higher Education, Kesuma, and MITI, and at the institution level or at the Ministry of Higher Education level, we're saying in the institution, we are actually producing the talent until they graduate and then should be taken up by Kesuma. If we were to oversee or handle all these graduates until you know, holding hands until into the workforce, then we should be the Ministry of Higher Education and Human Resources. But looking at the working collaboratively with Kesuma and higher education, we do believe that the graduates should be trained during their studies, not upskilling and reskilling after they leave the education. Because in terms of producing the right talent also is not the responsible of the higher education itself. It's the responsible from all. We are supplying the talent, but we also need the input and collaboration from the industry, from the workforce. We need to be able to work together to identify what are the skill sets that are needed in the industry. In terms of curriculum design, for example, we talk about future-ready curriculum or future-proof talent curriculum. We have introduced work-based learning. Work-based learning, or before this, 2U2I or 3U1I. From, I think now in 2023, we have about, from 33 programs, we have about 120 programs. Those programs that involve students to be in the industry, to have more immersive industry experience that work collaboratively with the industry. But one of the biggest challenges is to get the commitment and involvement from the industry to work with higher education. Apprenticeship program, for example. We have only one now, apprenticeship program. This is where the students are trained. From day one in the program, they are being trained by the industry, having at least 70% of the practical in the industry. So it's earn and learn model. But we have only one in Malaysia. So TVET, for example, incorporating TVET and training and professional certification. Those are initiatives that we can add value to the degree. Professional certification here, it doesn't have to be from the professional bodies, but also from industry recognized certification. So we add value to the degree that within that 3 years or 4 years. Fostering broader development in terms of the self-actualization and intellectual fulfillment. We also want to encourage our students, our learners, to have curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, and systems thinking. Systems thinking is one of the most important skill set that are needed, especially now when we talk about sustainability. And systems thinking is also the first key competency for sustainability. And citizen empowerment and education must include the component of values-based education, which is also addressed in our MQF 2024 that was published in August 2024. Values-based education, flexible learning pathway, and global sustainability agenda are the main three components in the new Malaysian Qualification Framework 2024. This type of hybrid learnings or work-integrated learning together with the curriculum redesign that integrate not just STEM or STEAM that we will discuss later, that will address the not just in terms of the talent that are needed by the industry with smart skill and sharp skill and soft skill, but also to foster global citizenship. And the question addressing the World Bank's findings about the report that 25% of degree holders work in jobs that do not match their talents. This is highlighted in the skill mismatch as the Malaysian labour market. Mentioned by YB Stephen just now about the insufficient regional opportunities for our graduates. This actually will cause the high skill-related underemployment, or what we call as SRU. And this high SRU, especially in lagging states, we can see from the report showing that, yes, thank you, 3 more minutes. Now I don't know where am I. Okay, the report saying in percentage is higher in the lagging state, especially in the East Coast, about 50%, 50% compared to Kuala Lumpur, Putrajaya. We also see how this SRU or skill-related underemployment, one of the proposed solution, or one of the we need to address is we need to understand the Gen Z, how the characteristics of Gen Z, how they are being more focus-driven, flexible and digital learning, and they want to have the opportunity for global opportunities. So in terms of people may think that, when we say based on the report saying that the skill-related underemployment showing high undergraduate that is underemployment, people may think that we are producing oversaturated graduate that are with more generic program that are oversaturated graduate. But we also want to address the lack of these high skill vacancies available. Our industry, we're actually focusing on the manufacturing and services, very low percentage of the research and development. We have PhD graduates who have a very high skill in research and development, those from, for example, even biotechnologies field is also having this issue on the SRU. The emergence of disruptive technology, not just about Gen AI, we are talking about emerging technology and disruptive technology that creating a demand for new skills. So not just in terms of the our education, but also for employees in the workforce that need to be upskilling and reskilling. So in order to solve this, we also propose enhance the lifelong learning and life-wide learning, and also strengthening the industry academia collaboration. That is very important. That will actually help to our education to focus, to be more focus-driven, to be together to produce the talent that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much on time. Now, next, turn to Karen. Karen, your team has produced a report on the status of ESD in Malaysia. ESD stands for Education for Sustainable Development. And Malaysia is indeed leading the initiative because we are ahead of other countries. So could you share with us what prompted this pilot study and what were the main findings? Thank you.
Thank you. Is this working? Yes. Apologies, no pantun from me either. But thank you for the question, and thank you to all of you. Good afternoon. Welcome to Sunway University. So yes, as Chin Huat mentioned, we did conduct a study. We published a report. And what prompted the study, right? That was the question. So what prompted the study? First of all, when the Asia headquarters of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network was established here in Malaysia, one of our flagship projects was Mission 4.7. So what is Mission 4.7? Chin Huat already mentioned earlier. It is a mission to advance Target 7 of SDG 4. So what is, do we know what Target 7 of SDG 4 is? Okay, let me read it. By 2030, to ensure all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. So basically, it is a mission to transform education to be more future relevant. And our work under Mission 4.7, and it's a global coalition. It's made up of UN SDSN and our SDG Academy, UNESCO, the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizenship, and the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University in the US. And our work is to curate, create, and disseminate resources for teaching and learning to produce human capital that will reflect a future based on sustainable development. That's one. The other is to identify and develop future-centric pedagogical innovations that can be incorporated into education systems in all countries around the world and at all levels. So not just K through 12, but also higher education and also beyond higher education, lifelong learning. And third is to identify what are the best practices, what are the successful case studies that can be shared with policymakers and educators all around the world. So that was the first thing that prompted us to do the study. The second thing that prompted us to do the study is because since our headquarters is based here in Malaysia, and we all know that in Malaysia, there's this resounding call to transform education that has been going on for decades. So, I mean, there are also a lot of indicators pointing to the imperative to transform. So indicators like our performance in PISA and TIMSS, indicators like our learning poverty rates. So these were very significant factors that prompted us to find out what is the level of education for sustainable development embeddedness in our current education system. And so, I mean, incidentally, the low performance of Malaysia in PISA was actually what prompted the writing of the Malaysian Education Blueprint, 2012 to 2025. And now, 2025, our last PISA performance was actually even lower than what it was in 2012. So our learning poverty rate is 42%. And these numbers don't reflect the level of development that Malaysia is at. So this was another, very compelling reason why we should really gather some evidence of what we can do to make things better. So then we embarked on our study, and we published our report. And the report, which you can download, by the way, it's on a QR code just outside this room, it revealed the following. One, many educators, and we studied K through 12. Okay, we didn't look at higher education, and we looked at public schools only, not private schools. So what was revealed is, one, many educators lack understanding of sustainable development. And without such foundational knowledge, they struggle to design any kind of engaging, real-world learning activities that promote education for sustainable competencies. Competencies like critical thinking, systems thinking, problem solving, okay? And the second thing that was revealed was that our current national education policies, they don't explicitly reference sustainable development. Maybe because when it was written, it wasn't yet a buzzword, so that's fair enough. But this coupled with the lack of understanding among educators, it results in very low levels of motivation to learn and apply new and different pedagogical strategies in teaching and learning. And the third thing that was revealed is, if you look at the curriculum, there are elements of sustainability, mainly in science, but peppered throughout the curricula. But unfortunately, they are not clearly defined or distinguishable as part of an overall education for development strategy. So, but let me assure you, okay, Malaysia is not unique. These gaps exist in many countries, most countries in fact. But however, except those countries that really commit to take radical steps to transform education. So then, with all this evidence in hand, we are now working closely with the Ministry of Education to design, and we went on to design an intervention that will address the gaps. So our intervention is actually focused on upskilling educators, so teachers, school leaders, which would in turn make the existing curriculum in public schools, no matter what subject, much more meaningful and much more engaging and more applicable to real-world issues. So let me stop there, and I will talk more about the experiences from running the intervention later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. You see, even when Karen doesn't intend to do fear-mongering, when she mentioned PISA, I could see many people noted like, oh dear. Okay, so now come back to the questions to Stephen. One one key point about SDG is that you realize that they all get interconnected. And so when we talk about lifelong learning, upskilling, which no one would object to, the real challenge is always that how do you make sure no one left behind? And another, worsening our inequality. So I'll come back to this question. What can be done to help individuals with less resources and opportunities, freelancers, gig workers, older workers, homemakers, even retirees, to also join the bandwagon? Because it's easy to talk to people, many of like us, who have the capacity to do all these things. What about those who have less? Do you think the government should be more generous with tax relief in upskilling and self-enhancement, going beyond 2,000 ringgit? And how can businesses be incentivized to be more supportive of lifelong learning? Thank you.
Thank you. Because Karen has so graciously shared the QR code for her report, Jinhua asked me whether I have a QR code or not. I don't have a QR code, but it's My Mahir, Mahir as in kemahiran, My as in Malaysia, MY, mymahir.my. So not only you have access to the report, you can also take personal skill assessment about your current skills level, and then whether, project, what sort of role you are suitable to play. Then there is also link towards, if you feel that that role has a problem in the future, there are also links which connects you directly to training opportunities. So and I really like what you say. It's and I've always repeated this everywhere I go, that training, educating Malaysians, educating our next generation must not be the sole responsibility of the government alone. But every time after I say this, I have to look at the press and tell them that's not the headlines tomorrow. Stephen Sim say education, government is not responsible for educating. No, I didn't say that. Must be the sole responsible. And logically, it is true. I mean, education, parents, home institutions, society, religious institution, the private sector have to play a role. Lifelong education opportunity was given to me when I was, about a few years ago. Professor Wu Wing Tai offered me to do a master's degree here with full scholarship. But disclaimer, I didn't take up the scholarship offer, just to avoid fitna and also, all sorts of difficulty. So I paid the full price. I paid the full price. I paid the full price that few years ago. So so everyone have to play a role. I always say that we need all hand on the deck approach when it comes to education. Okay, but beyond that, you talk about whether it is enough or not, 200, 2,000 tax, 3,000 tax exemption, etc. When I was in MOF, one of the most, the biggest dilemma I have is when I have a dialogue. And I always love dialogue with 1,000 people. Because if you have dialogue with only one group, I learned this from you. You talk about the Federalist paper. When the group is too small, then they gang up with a single agenda. But I always say, dialogue, 1,000 people, no problem. Ask whatever you want, talk. Why? Because then this group will find out that, will discover that, hey, while you have your demand, this another group have other demands. And in a democracy, we have to live with balancing, sharing of resources, balancing the tension of interests. So one group say more tax, one group say less tax, etc., etc. But as it is, we are looking at, for example, a fiscal outlay of 6 to 7 billion a year. This is not MOE or MOHE. This is only on skills training at all levels, including lifelong training, short-term courses, long-term courses, TVET, whatever. 6 to 7 billion ringgit in fiscal outlay. In Kesuma itself, we have about 3 billion ringgit for skills training this year in 2025. So whether resources is enough or not, I think it is about managing those resources. You asked about the vulnerable groups, senior citizens, OKU, even orang asli. We have a program for the last 2 years. We call it the Program Latihan Madani, where 20 million a year has been allocated, dedicated to training these groups Last year, we have another a new program which we crafted called MISI, Malaysian Indian Skills Initiative. It was launched, it was announced much earlier of the year, but we managing the, what do you call that, the programs. It was finally launched in November. And I can tell you, I don't know whether they are press here or not, I can tell you I wasn't satisfied. Yeah, so this year, MISI 2.0, we want to do better. We want to do better because we felt that at the end of the day, my point is this. You have all the money there. The resources are allocated. You have all sorts of training. You talk about not training them after school, but training them within the, when they are still in that stream, in university, in high school. I fully agree. We started a program called Ilham Madani last year, Incentive Latihan Madani. I am a big sucker for acronym, and I've always got good acronym. Kesuma, it means flower, it means hope. It means nobility, also Kementerian Sumber Manusia. Ilham Madani, Incentive Latihan Amali, Kesuma, where we pride ourselves as one of the largest organizers of paid and systematic internship in this country. Why? Because I believe internship, on-job training, IR 4.0 is about on-the-job training. It is about training, learning by practice. We have to rethink university. University, I'm sorry, Prof. I'm a proud product of Sunway, of University Malaya. But I think essentially, university is for you to go 4 years, deep thinking, think about the meaning of life, what is love, what is pain, what is death, where is God, who is God. But industry may not necessarily benefit from such a training, such a model of training. So which is why the obsession with making TVET to be like university, I think we should change. There's so many things unpacked in just that minute that they are giving to me. So what are we doing? We want to make TVET, number one, the accessibility of TVET. I want to make TVET accessible so that you can level up at whatever level. This year, in the past, as UPU, after SPM, after STPM, you want to apply for public university, you go to this one-stop portal, apply to all universities. There's nothing like that for TVET. We have about 600 over government-run TVET. If you want to apply for TVET after SPM, you go one by one. If some of them have websites, some of them don't have website. Last year, we created UP TVET. I haven't got the number for last year, but I believe last year's enrollment is high because of this accessibility. We want to talk about affordability. I say I'm going to launch the fulfillment for Myanmar here. Yeah, we want to talk about a university, a skill university where there is no term schedule. You can go in anytime. Anyone can go in, Makcik Kia or whoever. There's no racial quota. Oh, time's up. And we'll talk about quality. We are working together. Give me a bit, Minister.
I give you 1 more minute because you didn't use up your first part.
Thank you. So we are working with Proton. I have 33 Institute Latihan Perusahaan under my watch. One of the Institute Latihan Perusahaan it's called ILP Melaka, Institute Latihan Perusahaan Melaka, Center of Excellence for Automotive Tech. Mat, you graduate mana? I graduate Institute Latihan Perusahaan Melaka. Nobody will give you another look. This year, we have worked with Proton, rebranded it. Proton come and design the syllabus. It's now called Proton Institute of Advanced Automotive Tech. Mat, hang graduate mana? I graduate Institute Proton. Soon, we are hoping to have an Institute Huawei. I don't know, maybe future Institute Google, Intel, whatnot. We want to work that closely, that radically with the industry. Yeah. That will give me another minute. Okay. Then okay. But I think very importantly, I think all of us here, you are right. It's so easy for us to talk about. Hey, you go reskilling, you go what not. But do we know the anxiety of workers? I go to the workers all the time. I visited, I think, almost 20 union last year. The worker tell me, yes, I know government prepare all this, but I've been doing this all my life, 20, 30 years. Now you're telling me I'm going to be displaced. You ask me to go and study AI. That anxiety, yeah. I think we have to address that as well. I don't have enough time, but we are trying to build all that to deal with individual anxieties of workers when it comes to having to face with upskilling, reskilling, whatnot. I think, okay lah, thank you lah. And be a teacher, be a teacher. Last forum economy, I shared all this. I came down, somebody said, it's all about education. I said, that's right. So smart people like you, go be a teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Since Stephen mentioned about UPU, the centralized unit that decide on the student recruitment and enrollment for public university, I want to turn this question to Professor Johannes, because that was part of a planned conversation. Do you think it's time for public university to move away from centralized recruitment? Because if you look at private university, Sunway, for example, we and our peers, we compete for students, all students. We do not have any coordinating mechanism. But even public university, they compete for foreign students. So, is it time for us to actually let public university to compete for domestic students? Now, I want to make that question a bit larger. There's always countries that would go for decentralized, free competition, and there are also countries that prefer to have a centralized one. So what are the pros and cons? Over to you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. So must have disclaimer first. Okay, this is for my experience, from my own experience with the universities and the ministry. And moving forward with the blueprint of higher education 2025, 2035, the next decade. Of course, when we talk about the current scenario in Malaysia is where Malaysia centralized UPU as the system that to ensure equity and access, right? But the rising need for the global competitiveness also, we do understand that we need to have greater institutional autonomy. And although we say that it is a competing for the international student, private and public universities are actually competing with to get for the international student, but at the same time also require more innovative recruitment strategies. And if we were to look at which model that we should produce to produce international competitive university, I think the choice between the centralized enrollment mechanism and competitive decentralized model, depending on the balancing of the equity, quality, and the competitiveness, and because both systems will have strength and their own limitations. If we were to centralize enrollment mechanism, we need to ensure, the advantage is we are ensuring the equity, access, and fairness just now, which we provide equal opportunity to learn for all learners, especially for those who are underserved regions and disadvantageous background. And this also will help to standardize the criteria and processes that make enrollment transparent and accessible. The limitation is the centralized system may lack of responsiveness and to market trends, for example. But even UPU also right now is, will have embedded with AI that can support to do the metrics portfolio. And the decentralized recruitment mechanism, the advantage promotes institutional autonomy and allow university to tailor recruitment and encourage specialization and innovation. But limitation is they can lead to inequality in access and risk of commercializing education where financial gains outweigh quality and inclusivity, which actually can be overcome through strengthening the governance, strong governance to maintain the standards and prevent predatory practices. So should we replace the UPU or with decentralized recruitment? We may even have hybrid, for example, hybrid enrollment model. So we can retain the centralized oversight to ensure equity again, which allowing university to but at the same time, allowing greater autonomy for the institution to recruit based on their strengths. And we also encourage university to develop their own niche program to specialize university branding and provide those universities in the lagging state with more autonomy to develop programs that are focusing on the niche of the community and the society in their states, focusing on the regional economic talent and recruit talent accordingly. And I also believe that we need to foster stronger relationship and partnership that will between the public and the private university. This is to optimize. Just now what Stephen mentioned about resource sharing. We need to may even look at how you know, in the future of one higher education mechanism, for example, right? And through differentiated learning pathway and flexible learning pathway that will actually help us to incorporate this lifelong learning ecosystem that will later we'll see on how through unbundling education, micro-credentials, for example, that modular learning that will help to to address wider audience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Karen, over to you. Could you share with us some of the regional ESD interventions that SDSN has carried out in the ASEAN country that can complement national policy making and professional development? Could you specifically tell us about your intervention design as well as training implementation experiences? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the two major projects that we have at SDSN that directly serve professional development, the first is our SDG Academy. So if you have not heard of SDG Academy, please visit sdgacademy.org. It is a platform which is also an extremely rich resource of massive open online courses on virtually any field within sustainable development that you can think of extremely high quality, delivered by some of the top subject matter experts in the world. There are more than 50 courses available completely for free. So this could also complement what you said, Prof, about micro-credentialing, because in a way they are micro-credentials, but they were designed at learners who are of university level and beyond. So it could be for those who are in university as well as those who are already in their professional careers looking to upskill. The second project that we have in SDSN is, of course, Mission 4.7, and that is specifically focused on the education sector. And having said that, in education, it's very contextual, you know. Every context is different. Even within a country, there are different needs depending on the institutions where they are located, determines the community that they serve and the unique needs that that community may have, the realities that they face, the issues that they are faced with. So when we designed our intervention that was based on the study that we did, it was designed in a way that specifically targeted the gaps that were identified. And because we identified those gaps, we designed the intervention this way. Number one, it was delivered in person for all teachers in a school to do it together, regardless of what subjects they teach. And the reason for this is because this kind of whole school approach, it encourages ownership, that they take a collaborative approach and address whatever needs that their school community may have collectively. The second feature of our program is we use a lot of local examples and a lot of local case studies, and we show educators how to do the same in their classrooms. And this makes learning more meaningful, more engaging. It allows learners to apply learning to real-world realities that are happening around them, and also it helps to harness their interest and build their passions for longer-term career building or longer-term vocation building. So, Stephen said the purpose of university is more to like discover yourself and to contemplate the big questions. But the thing about educational institutions, it may not directly give you skills that you can immediately transfer to the workforce, but it changes the way you think if done properly. So now allow me to share some of the key learnings from our experience with the intervention that we designed. Number one, and really most important, leadership is extremely important. After undergoing the training, the teachers, they said that it exposed them to totally new concepts, methods, techniques that they had never been exposed to before, that were of a global standard. And they said that they see their roles as teachers as more meaningful in shaping the lives of their students. And many said that they will do things differently in the classroom. However, there were also many who said that if it was not directed by their leader, they're not going to do it. If it was not explicitly made their KPI, they're not going to do anything differently. So this shows that leadership is so important. Leaders have to set the example, I'm not saying that leaders have to set the KPI, but they really need to set the example and move away from being just operational, but to be more strategic and to look at the bigger picture. Leaders is both leaders in the government machinery as well as leaders in schools. So in the government machinery, we believe that leaders should allow schools to act autonomously based on the needs of their community. In the schools, like I said, leaders should really go beyond just the day-to-day managerial operational tasks and be more strategic. And I always like to take the example of Orang Asli schools. Malaysia has done really well in providing access to education, right? Even in the most remote areas to indigenous communities, they can access education. Well, they can access schooling, but accessing schooling is not the same as accessing quality education. That's the point I want to make. So if you look at Orang Asli schools, first of all, the data is scarce and also inconsistent, but what we know is that there are some studies that indicate as high as 50% don't transition from primary school to secondary school. And there are studies that have shown that as high as 80% don't finish upper secondary school, and only about 3% transition to higher education. So why is this? I mean, schools are there, right? So the teachers are there. So we can check the box, right? We can check the box. We've provided access, but can we say we have provided quality education, right? If we look at, do I have time? I didn't use my full 10 minutes for my first question.
I know. We are a bit run out of time. So
Okay, yeah, very quickly. If you look at SPM results 2023, 24% failed math, and another 50% passed with a D or E grade. If you look at English, 2023 SPM results, more than 50% scored D, E, or F. So they got the SPM certificate, they checked the box, but what does this mean for their future career prospects? So just to drive the point that there is a difference between providing access and providing quality. I'll stop there, thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, Karen, please look at this. Okay, now we started about 10 minutes late, and we will end 5 minutes late. But that means we still have about 24 minutes now. In order that we actually have a conversation from the stage and on the floor, so with the permissions of the panelists, I would like to invite you to ask questions. So, okay, first hand over there, second in the middle, third one over there. So that's it, 3 questions. Yes, yes, you at the back. The lady first, and then there's a gentleman here in the middle just now. Who was it? No, I know, I saw you. I saw you, don't worry. But someone here just now in the middle, wasn't Andrew. I can't remember now. One.
Start from here?
Okay. Okay, go to the lady in front. Okay. Okay, 4. That's it, final. And you have 1 minute to ask, and the timer would actually show you when you have 30 seconds left. Your name, your institution, organization, if you want to, the question who you want to pose to. It can be general, and then your questions, right? No salutations, no appreciation. This is great. We all know it. Thank you. Because I want to save time for them to answer. Right. So the lady right at the side. Yeah. Please. Where's the mic? Yes. Okay, time start. Name and your question, please.
In charge of skill training. Actually, there is a need. Just how somebody said, we should make a Ministry of Higher Education and Human Resource. Because the problem is theoretical learning, academic learning, and practical training should be merged, which allows students to enter academic or practical training at any time of their life.
Thank you very much. You are Miss Wee. Okay, thank you, Miss Wee. All right.
I'd like your comment on this.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So next question is a lady down here. Right, can the mic be quick so that we won't lose time? The third one is a gentleman upstairs. The fourth is Dr. Farouk Musa. No, here. Down here. Thank you.
YB, I start with 2 questions directly to YB. So since I have 1 minute, I will...
No, 5 minutes, 1 minute.
5 minutes, okay.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Only 1 minute, right? Start from now?
Now.
Now, okay. I sell pantun, then I straight...
No pantun, please, no pantun. If you want to do your pantun, I'll cut you off after 1 minute.
YB, expected by year 2030, many jobs of this nature will be no longer exist. Declining job, I'm giving the examples like data entry, growing jobs, big data. So I would like to know what is the government strategy to address this issue? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On time. Your name? Your name?
I'm Datuk Siti. Actually, I'm from National Settlers Foundations.
Fantastic. Give her a round of applause. Next, the gentleman up there. Okay, after that will be Dr. Farouk. I know you have a lot of questions. If we have a break, later you catch them.
Hi, hello. I have just a question for Karen, but also it can be general. You spoke more on the role of culture and for Mission 4.7 and SDG 4. I just want to know, with Malaysia being a multi-diverse country and multi-ethnic, do you think this can pose some challenges with the different cultures to achieve the SDG and the mission? And what sort of challenges and how can we overcome them?
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Idris, right?
Yes, Idris.
Okay, Idris is from America, our student. Farouk.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Chinwat. Mine is to YB Stevenson, my friend. YB, I just want to ask you about this idea of Zahid, the Deputy PM, about promoting these TVET graduates to have bachelor degree. I do not think, as an educator, I do not think it's a good idea, and I think it brings down the level, the status of our bachelor degree students by basically awarding TVET graduates with a degree, bachelor degree. Okay, and to Dr. Johannes, one comment and one question. One comment is that regarding your university UPM, I mean, you have like more than 100 or few hundred PhD graduates every year. I mean, it came out in the news. But the thing is that I knew that UPM is a huge university, but there has been a muted response from the university with regard to this. I think, you know, you should come up with the facts and figures to say that, you know, why we have hundreds of graduates PhD. My second question is that, do you have any study with regard to the employment of these hundreds of graduates of PhD students?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I have, of my last round of questions, I only keep one for Professor Johannes. That's it. When we talk about, some people talk about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Other people talk about STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. How important do you think that we have to give place on social sciences and humanities? So that's my last question. And time. Yes, exactly. So you have 5 minutes. Pick whatever question you want, ignore whatever question you do not want, and you can hunt them down outside if they avoid your questions.
As if the pressure of running a ministry is not enough. Now we have to do this, right? In 5 minutes, okay. You know, when I talk about rethinking university, we talk about combining, and then Karen talk about, oh, no, university is still very important to learn other skills. And of course, Dr. Farouk talk about, you know, Zahid's recent comment about elevating the TVET certification qualification to level 6, 7, 8, which essentially, not exactly, but essentially is sort of like an equivalence to degree, master, and PhD. Okay, number one, I don't mean you don't need university. Somebody still need to think about what is love. So I can answer my wife after this. You need universities. I aspire to do a PhD. Hopefully one day, I don't know, Prof, you're going to offer me scholarship again, but not now, right? Now too busy. We need university. But what I'm trying to say is this: if you are thinking the current university model will be able to fulfill your job market demand, then we are delusional. Because universities, I don't know, you want to count Nalanda or you want to count Oxford, it is not created for the industrialized world. Okay, that's one. But number two, that's why I say forget about trying to make your TVET sector like university, because we think that it is more sexier. It's sexier to have, you know, university so that the not so smart one goes to TVET, but they feel like they are going to university. No, we're not trying to do that. 6, 7, 8 level, that was proposed by me. So actually you are responding to me, not really. The Deputy Prime Minister announced it, but I tabled the paper in cabinet because I realized, and I'm not saying that you should go and study bachelor degree. Also, I feel a bit disappointed, Doctor. I mean, dear friend. He said that he will go lower down the quality of bachelor degree as if TVET certification is not good enough. My friend, come on lah. No, it's in a good faith. But what I'm trying to say is this. Now we only have CJ 1 to 5, tahap 1 sampai tahap 5. Tahap 5 is advanced diploma. So I said, we are stuck there. So those students who wants to go more further, what do? But they want to be in the TVET stream. So I said, let's do 6, 7, 8. Why? And how you do it? You don't go to university to study. So this is not your bachelor degree. So I think that there is a differentiation. What you do? If you have 20 years, 15 years of experience being a coder in Microsoft, hey, you are better than the fellow who just graduated from degree lah. I'm a programmer, I know. It is by practice that you get better, right? So can I certify you to be a level 6, what we call tentatively, CJ Pakar Kemahiran Malaysia. You are an expert, you are a skill expert in this sector. You'll be certified by the industry, you'll be certified by Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran. So you have a CJ Kemahiran Malaysia tahap 6, which is essentially a CJ Pakar Kemahiran Malaysia, and so on and so forth. So we are looking at acknowledging your skills, acknowledging your experience, your competency. How lah? Wait Yeah. No. Datuk Siti, you asked about the discipline. Actually, I answered it earlier, but I really want to say this. All this job, what kept me awake? There are 3 paradoxes, the 3 job market paradoxes. I hope you remember what I said, because I almost forgot what I said. But basically that, what kept me awake? And everybody asking how to make the salary go up and all, and we've done a few mechanisms, minimum wage for one, progressive wage for another. Of course, minimum wage, no one is happy. Some say it's not enough, some say it's too high. But minimum wage mechanism is not a panacea to solve your wage problem. I personally believe it is important. Again, press, don't say that. I say no, it's important. It helps. Bottom 10 decile, it helps up to 60% improvement. But this is not everything. I personally believe if we want to improve jobs, we want to create higher paying jobs, we want to improve salary, we have to move away from the buy cheap, sell cheap model, economic model. You cannot. You want to buy everything cheap. You want to be subsidized utility. You want to buy cheap labor. Then you will never be able to improve. So we talk about reconfiguration, a item. Kerangka economic Madani, raising ceiling, raising floor. What does it mean? For me, raising ceiling means you have to upscale. You have to lift up the value of economy. 300,000 graduates, 1/4 or 1/3 of it is science and tech. Then we have another 100,000 roughly TVET graduates. But yet, you see, susah lah. But yet, we can only produce 50,000 high-paying jobs. So your economy needs to go up in value, which is why we say raising the ceiling, putting money, 40 billion in 2025 budget for SMEs, 25 billion domestic investment by the GLICs, etc., etc. But on the other hand, raising the floor means helping our people to upskill, for example, so that they will be able to face with the demand. Economy needs to be lifted up. The value of the economy is not just about individual employers, individual workers being paid or not being paid, but the economy itself is not able to provide at this rate of in the last 10, 20 years. So we have to reconfigure. Finally, final one. How to make this TVET thing more attractive and all. I take this opportunity here because all of you are here, top corporate leaders, thought leaders and all. I'm now taking a TVET cert. All the our politicians love to take PhDs, kan? They get it from UUM for whatever reason. No, please. No, don't. They are genuine ones. They are genuine ones, right? Okay. No, please. Why are you laughing? I felt that if you want to make TVET something, you need to do it yourself. So I'm taking a TVET level 5 because we can only go up to level 5 today. I'm doing a TVET level 5 skills certification. Corporate leadership. Okay, we have there are all sorts. There are all sorts of things. You can do computer science. You can do whatever. Okay, you can do AI coding. I'm inviting 100 corporate leaders, community leaders, union leaders to join me. Then soon we're going to announce, 100 top TVET ambassador. So if you want to join me, call my number. It's on my Facebook. No, serious, it's on my Facebook. Yeah, my handphone number. Thank you.
Okay, that extra 30 seconds is fully worth it. So, okay, next, Prof.
Just now the question.
Yeah,
of
you
steam,
answer
right?
the questions and wrap it up.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
And
or
also,
less.
I would like to echo YB Stephen in terms of the TVET. If you notice recently, there was a article came out by published by MQA mentioning about APEL S, APEL accredited of prior learning experience learning for skill. So that is very actually supporting and accommodating for TVET, who actually venture into TVET. And when we talk about STEM and STEAM, whether we need STEAM, whether we need that arts in STEAM, and when we look at the core principles for the AI era right now, we need to have digital and AI fluency, not just AI literacy or digital literacy. Now, after 2022, we need to have fluency. Systems thinking, I mentioned just now, interdisciplinary problem solving. Also, one of the key component of key competency of education for sustainable development is the integrated problem solving. Entrepreneurial mindset, sustainability and green technology, ethical leadership and global citizenship. So with those core principles, core disciplines that is needed in this AI era, you tell me whether we need STEM or only STEM or we need STEAM. Because even when we mention about the 17 SDG, right, it is already nicely in place for us, all the issues that we need to address. But we need to work collaboratively to address the issues. Then, when we just focus on STEM and we don't have that art into it, would we be able to achieve the 17 SDGs as mentioned earlier? So whether we need liberal studies, that also we leave it to the institutional autonomy, because we may not need the dedicated courses, but how we design our curriculum, design through innovative pedagogy that will actually embed this, because our focus is to produce humanity-centric, entrepreneurial and adaptive learners. That is our focus. And of course, the core value will involve sustainability, involve holistic well-being, and also shared prosperity. I think that's all. Should I address the question just now?
Yes, please. I mean,
from the
until your time is up.
Okay, I still have time. I don't have the number for all the 612 people who graduated this 2024, but we do have our graduate from University Putra Malaysia who actually become ambassador. Those are policy makers, and we have people who, because they ventured into startups, for example, when they were studying, they have their own companies. So in diverse field, although our focus in UPM is on agriculture, now we also have coined the acronym, like YB Stephen mentioned, launched by our Chancellor, Pertanian untuk Rakyat. Putra is Pertanian untuk Rakyat. And we have launched the food security blueprint, Keterjaminan Makanan UPM. So when actually I'm the lead author for that book, where we to show that STEAM, for example, where when our focus is on food security, we have 17 faculties from different background, diverse field, but each and every faculty is responsible to contribute to food security. That is from social sciences and to medical, for example. So that's how we emphasize on the importance of this interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach in education. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I've got 3 takers for the 100 Tibet leaders.
Okay. Karen, I'm
Thank you.
contemplating whether to join you, but hold on first.
I think I'm going to take you up, Stephen, and get a TVET certification as well.
Then people won't say the Tibet fellas are not equivalent to degree.
I just want to address the question from the gentleman upstairs on Malaysia's multicultural makeup and what challenges that might pose for the education system. I strongly believe in this. If a school provides high quality education, it will attract Malaysians from all walks of life. You probably have noticed maybe some uncomfortable trends in the education system that perhaps indicate, some kind of ethnic segregation, etc. Normally, schools are when you choose your school, it's based on where you live, right? But if you look at government schools, which schools are the most multicultural today? Any guesses? They're actually the Chinese schools, and why that is because it is perceived, and with some evidence behind it, that they are providing higher quality. So that shows that higher quality actually attracts good students. And how do you ensure higher quality is, well, the obvious one is financing. So Chinese schools also tend to be better resourced. And why are they better resourced? Because they make the effort to go out and fundraise, right? And the schools that are better resourced are usually in urban locations, usually in more affluent areas, and those who know how to go out and fundraise. But every school should have access to financing in order to uplift their quality. And uplifting quality is not just in terms of maintenance of dilapidated schools. It's quite a shame that in this day and age, when we're talking about digitalization and AI, we're also talking about dilapidated schools. Isn't that sad? And I totally agree. All of this should not be on the government's shoulders. There are so many corporates out there who are more than willing to support education, because education is everybody's business, right? We all have a stake in it. And the thing is, they don't know where to channel the funding. So if there are financing mechanisms that are transparent, where funding can be targeted at where they are most needed, and where the best teachers and the most resources are dedicated to the schools that need them the most, then we can start to see some changes happening. I agree with my fellow panelists. Education should not be just, we have to abandon this mentality that education is just to fulfill a job market. Education is to create a human capital who are thinkers, who are problem solvers, and this will uplift the economy, up the value chain, to then be able to produce more, to offer more high-skilled jobs. So it's a cycle, you know, it's something that has to be addressed holistically, and whether we are in K through 12, higher education, human capital, lifelong learning, we all need to work together because everything is interconnected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me to apologize for causing stress to my panelists, esteemed panelists, to you, especially those who raise your hand, who ask questions and so on. Very sorry, I have to, I would hope to do a better job next time as moderator, so you would have the time better managed. To be fair to Dr. Siti, also no pantun from me as an ending. And if you have been enlightened first and also entertained in that last 1.5 hours, please give a big hand to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful panel. I think this was the perfect panel to get over our post-lunch slump as well. However, we do have refreshments outside, so we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll be returning back to the hall at 3:15 p.m. for our final panel of the day. 3:15. our second panel of the ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development 2025. Our second panel of the day is on responsible environmental stewardship, Science Panel of Southeast Asia and COP30. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Chen Jithun, the Director of Geophysical Center on Sustainable Development, Sunway University. I kindly request the moderator on stage to introduce the rest of the panel.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This will be the last panel for the first day, so I hope all of you are still awake. Let me first do a bit of housekeeping. What will happen is that I will introduce the fellow panelists onto the stage one by one. Then we'll go through an opening statement by Yang Muhammad. And then afterwards, I'll go through one round of questions, followed by opening up of the questions to the audience. Okay? So first and foremost, I'm Dr. Chen Jithun. I'm the head of the Geophysical Center on Sustainable Development, and I will be the moderator for today's second panel. So first up, I would like to introduce and invite onto the stage our first panelist, Yang Muhammad Tuan Nik Nazmi bin Nik Ahmad. He is the Minister for Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, or NRES, previously serving as Minister for Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. He is also the Vice President of Keadilan and MP of Setia Wangsa. He was actually elected as the Selangor State Assemblyman in 2008, becoming the youngest candidate in the 12th general election. He has held roles as Political Secretary and Communications Director for Keadilan until 2013, and after that he served as the Deputy Speaker of the Selangor State Assembly, and later served as the Selangor Executive Council, on the Selangor Executive Council for Education, Human Capital Development, Science, Technology and Innovation. So may I please invite YB Tuan Nik Nazmi. Next, we have Ms. Emma Torres. Ms. Torres is the Vice President for the Americas and head of the New York office of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN. She serves currently as the Strategic Coordinator of the Science Panel for the Amazon, as well as the Science Panel for the Congo Basin, and also co-chair of SDSN Amazonia. And between the years of 2020 and 2022, she also served on the Lancet COVID-19 Commission. So I'd like to invite Ms. Torres onto the stage. Next up, we have Professor Jatna Supriana. He's a distinguished professor of conservation biology at the Faculty of Mathematics and Science and serves as the chairman of the Institute for Sustainability on Earth and Resources at Universitas Indonesia. His research efforts have resulted in the discovery of several new primate species in Indonesia, such as the Tarsius tumpara and the Macaca tongianus in the Tongian Islands, along with the identification of various hybrid animals in Sulawesi. So his excellent academic research has earned him the numerous accolades, including the Officer of the Most Excellent Order of the Golden Ark from His Royal Highness Prince Berhad, and the Habibi Award in Natural Science, and the Terry McManus Award from Conservation International. So I'd like to invite Professor. So last but not least, our very own in-house Professor Mazlin Bokta. Professor Mazlin is the Deputy Head for Research at UN SDSN Asia, Sunway University. Prior to this, he was at the University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, where he held key positions as the Director of Lestari, the DVC, and the DVC of Research. He has served on various committees, including the Chair of the Environmental Committee of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, Chairman of Malaysia's Environmental Control Council, and Chairman of the committee appointed by the Malaysian government to review the Linus Rare Earth Operations. Professor Mazlin is a recipient of the Langkawi Awards 2018 and the Professor Emeritus Award of UKM 2022. And just a bit about his background, he has served in Sabah for 8 years as an academic lecturer at University Kebangsaan Malaysia campus Sabah. This was prior to it becoming the University Malaysia Sabah today. So I'd like to invite him on the stage as well. So before we go into the questions, I'd like to invite Yang Berhormat Tuan Nik Nazmi to give an opening statement to open the panel.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, very good afternoon. Moderator, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel and to this workshop. And I think, one of the things that I've learned in the job is the role of the science panel to be able to break through boundaries. Because, as we know, a lot of things that we do internationally, including the COP process and whatnot, those are things that are multilateral processes which involves nation states. And sometimes there will be bottlenecks when you work through this, through the government for various reasons, geopolitics, political instability, so on and so forth. So when you have the science panel, it is very crucial because it will allow evidence-based policy making to be done, and as best as possible at sort of it's insulated from as much as possible from all the political upheavals that happen outside, because I think that is very crucial. But there has to be synergy, obviously. The science panel can inform, the science panel can provide guidance, but then the decision to make it work will still go back to us as nation states, us as governments on the ground. And we have then not only to be able to reach out to the various stakeholders when we talk about the academia, the indigenous communities and local communities, the private sector, civil society. But one of the most critical thing as well, I think is, and I think something that I'm learning through the process of holding this position, is being able to communicate the importance of protecting the planet to the public at large. Because that is where, and we've seen, I'm not going to mention countries, where we see the backlash against climate policies, against environmental policies, is when the public perceive that when we try to protect our planet, it comes at the cost of our livelihoods, which is not true. But, politicians want to get votes, they want to win, and sometimes or oftentimes they lie. And that is the role of the science panel. But we need good politicians to be able to communicate, to rally support, so that we can implement the right policies. Because a science panel alone, without the support of the nation states, without laws on the ground, or without having multilateral understandings at the international level, then we will not be able to achieve these objectives, because this is a big task indeed. So I do not want to say too much, but I think it is very important and for us to be able to build on what has been achieved. If you look at the biodiversity aspect, what has been done in the Amazon, what has been done in Congo, and the Congo Basin, and we have here actually in Borneo in Southeast Asia. But my dream is that we can grow it even bigger, because the whole of Southeast Asia is actually a very critical part of not just biodiversity, but it's also the most exposed, or one of the most exposed regions to the climate crisis as well. So we need to protect that, and we need to be able to do this at scale with a science panel that covers the whole region. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussions after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Muhammad. So I will start with a round of questions first, and I'll give each of the panelists about 3 minutes to answer very quick questions before I open to the audience. And so for the sake of the audience, I guess we'll go with Ms. Torres first. The question I have here is, can you elaborate a bit about what does the science panel for the Amazon and the science panel for the Congo actually do in terms of scope of work, its mission, and how will you compare the difficulties of the operation so far between these two science panels?
Thank you very much, and it's wonderful to hear the minister also introduce in the panels. It's fantastic that he is endorsing the issue that science and evidence-based are fundamental for policy making, but also very important that policymakers have to reach out to different audiences and different stakeholders. So this is exactly the spirit of the two science panels that we are coordinating, and of course of the Borneo. The science panel of the Amazon has as a mission to synthesize the knowledge, the existing knowledge on the state of the scientific state of the basin. And as incredible as it might seem, it's for the first time ever that this has happened. There's been a lot of research on the Amazon by different countries, a lot of research in different issues that pertain to the Amazon, but it had never been an assessment of the whole basin. And this is extremely important because not only because there was a whole coordination and dialogue among scientists, there are over 300 scientists working in the science panel of the Amazon, but also because this allows to understand the enormous connectivities that exist in the basin, connectivities of rivers, connectivities of forests, connectivities of cultures. There's over 400 cultures and indigenous groups that live in the Amazon. So that whole connectivity of culture is also very important. So it's been, I think, an amazing effort of the scientists that we generously contribute to do this. And the first assessment of the science panel of the Amazon is being cited as being the encyclopedia of the Amazon. The impact has been substantial, and I could elaborate much later, but just as an example, there are over 200 scientific articles based on the work that the panel has done, more than 500 media reports on the panel, so it's been really fantastic. That inspired the establishment of the Science Panel for the Congo Basin, which, as you know, is the second largest tropical forest in the world, essential for the Earth cycle balance, and much less studied than the Amazon, much less research. There was an article in Nature of former ministers of environment of the area, as well as scientists, saying that it was essential to do some research on the Congo. And they quoted as saying that, you know, it lived like almost 3 decades behind in terms of research vis-a-vis the Amazon. So the effort of the Science Panel of the Congo Basin is precisely to synthesize now what is known and what is the big gaps, what are the major areas that would need research. The aspiration is to submit this first assessment for COP30 in Belém.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to go to a bit more of a technical question now. So this is to Yang Muhammad. So this is related to the ecological fiscal transfers, the EFT program. And you just mentioned just now that there's always a concern about the balance between, so-called economic growth as well as conservation of the environment. But here we have a mechanism that perhaps seeks to resolve this. But the question is, could you please state with some clarity about the criteria that is being used to allocate these EFT funds amongst the state? For example, Sabah hosts around 60% of the country's marine protected areas, but it receives less than 10% of the EFT budget. This program that is supposed to encourage states to, or subsidize states is in a way to retain their natural resources. So could you explain the rationale behind this program and the distribution of EFT funds?
Okay, thank you very much. The ecological physical transfer was something we developed together with the UNDP, looking at models from Brazil, from France, China, and a few other countries. As we are all aware, in Malaysia, the control over land, forests, and the coastline, it lies with the state governments. And often enough, for the states, there's always this conflict in terms of the immediate needs of development, particularly for the states which are a bit more left behind. They would want to, and they tend to have more of these resources. So they need, to be able to get revenue for the government. They need to be able to. They need development, and so there is that pressure that exists over forests and other protected areas. So we started in 2019. The federal government paid a total of 60 million ringgit to the states. It went up to 70 million ringgit. And when the 10th Prime Minister, Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, came into office, we increased it from 70 to 150 for the first year, 2023, 200 million ringgit for last year, and this year is 250 million ringgit. Going back to the issue of criteria, it has been a developing, it has been developed throughout the years, so it's not the same as it was in 2019. But the last framework is basically there is a threshold value which is just basically 200,000 ringgit as a base when they submit the basic required documents. Then the size of protected areas, and this is 70% of the total funding will be distributed to states based on the proportion of protected areas relative to the total state land. And then there is a 30% of performance-based criteria, because so looking back at how they have performed in the implementation of their projects, the scope of the projects, and the effective use of allocated funds. So, but in 2025, as announced by the Prime Minister, we increased the performance-based criteria to 50%. Why? Because otherwise, the previous approach, certain big states with big forests or big protected areas will continue to benefit, but they might not do much with the money effectively, right? So by having it 50-50, it incentivizes the state to look at better ways to spend the money. The money is ring-fenced only for certain purposes, i.e. To increase the size of protected areas, to improve the infrastructure and the facilities within the protected areas, for some projects with the local and indigenous communities, so on and so forth. So if you look at 2024, although 200 million was allocated, but 190 million was distributed, and Sabah received 36 million ringgit. So this is actually more than 10% of the EFT allocation for 2024. You have to look at it in total, including the land areas as well, not just the marine areas. But we will continue to improve. One of the the demands of the state, which I'm open to discuss, is for some states actually just purely putting the money into conservation alone is not enough of an incentive. And I can understand when states are still grappling with roads, paying salaries and whatnot. So they say, can we allocate a certain portion to the consolidated fund? But we also have to be wary of some other problems that might happen. So we are looking into that closely to see whether that will be a useful way for people, because the idea is we want to do whatever is necessary to change the perception of protected areas for the states. So I think that is the desire from the federal government. So we are in discussion with them.
Thank you very much, YB, for that very detailed answer. We appreciate it a lot. And now I guess I'll move on to Professor Jatna. So one of the things that I also personally am interested to know about is one of the big events that's happening now in Indonesia is the movement of your capital from Jakarta over to Nusantara. In some cases, in a way to, shall we say, avoid certain aspects of climate change, shall we say. But the development of Nusantara itself will bring about its own changes to Borneo. So can you give some comments about what you think the impact of Nusantara will be to the ecology and the environment of South Borneo, let's say? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's really hard question directly. But anyway, that's why it's very important to have science panel for Borneo, because of course the plan for moving 3 million people to Borneo is really big. Not only to the development there, road, food consumption, and many other things, but also to the impact of the ecology and forest there. But there's a lot of pro and cons, of course, but I believe that there are opportunity. Means that, you know, many people in Jakarta, member of parliament, minister, never had experience with the forest fires. You know, they inhale the forest, the haze is very important, because in Sumatra and Borneo, there's so many already years, maybe 20 years, they already with the haze. So I think the opportunity to move there, and I see that what the plan is very good. What they plan is trying to have 70% of the Nusantara will be forests. So it's gonna be forest cities. So I think it's gonna be a very what maybe an example how do we develop these cities. But that's really in the good side. Of course, the bad side is, you know, how that community with the incoming 3 million people from Java especially. That's going to be mixed, that migration and so on. The ecology, of course, the food consumption and many things. But the Nusantara sit in the very rich coal mines. Yeah. And that's really also how do we behave in the coal mine areas. Once, if they the practice from Java, bring it to Borneo, that's going to be a lot of fire too, because Javanese usually every afternoon they always burn the small litters, and they're going to. That's the culture is also very important to be in. That's why the science panel of Borneo is very multidisciplinary approach. It will be scientists, but also will be cultural and also development economy, and especially the big things, of course, that mining, because Kalimantan, 70% of the Borneo, and is one of the largest production of the coal mine in Indonesia. So almost 70% of coal is coming from Kalimantan, which is Borneo. That's really the big things. The other one is also, of course, the plantation, oil palms and pulp and papers. And how do we make sure that most of the land they converted into oil palm and pulp and paper are really a peatland. As you may know, that peatland is so much catch to fire is easy, because if you dry the peatland, the methane will release, and that's really, and if you are culture, Japanese culture, and they will always burn that the litters, and that's really going to be disaster. So it's really between negative and positive thing about the moving. But I believe that the sciences can be really a very important role. How do we giving, as the minister said, you know, giving the evidence base to the decision making is a very important.
Thank you, Professor Janna. Right. So last but not least, so to Professor Mazlin now. So we have the science panel of the Congo, we have the science panel of the Amazon, and now we have the science panel for Borneo, right? And one thing I would note about this is that aside from its main objectives and mission, something that I guess would be more unique about Borneo is that unlike the Amazon and the Congo, you have far fewer countries. There's only Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. Compared to the Amazon with many countries, compared to Congo with, shall we say, more complicated situation. So do you think that it would be easier for the missions and objectives of the science panel for Borneo to be achieved, given the, shall we say, a more simple geopolitical situation?
Wow. Thank you very much, Professor Jidan, YB Minister and fellow panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. As YB Minister mentioned, Borneo is just the starting point for the bigger, ambitious program of ours to look at the Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia has 10 countries. And of course, as Professor Wu mentioned, not forgetting the oceans. And of course, the second phase will include the Peninsular Malaysia, Sumatra, and Sulawesi. But as you mentioned, yes, that's why we picked Borneo, because when the challenge was given to us at UNSDS and Asia headquarters, how do we develop a science panel for Southeast Asia quickly? The best is to look at existing strength. And that existing strength had come to surface since 2007. That's about 18 years now. One is the Heart of Borneo program. There was a special agreement between Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia, looking at, of course, the forests, the biod. And also about 2 years later, 2009, there was the CTI, Coral Triangle Initiative. But never mind, we focus on land first. So that's why for the past 2.5 years, we look around and we did the rallying of support among the preeminent researchers coming from very prominent universities in Kalimantan of Indonesia and also in Sabah and Sarawak. So some universities, nowadays we have, so far we have 6 universities in Malaysia and about 6 universities based in Kalimantan plus Universitas Indonesia and Universitas IPB, Institute Pertanian Bogor, plus Bank of Indonesia giving the financial support as well. So that is just the beginning. We really hope that with the chairmanship of ASEAN by Malaysia, we had a small chat with YB Nick Nazmi in Cali, Colombia, with Emma as well. Maybe when the Prime Minister PMX took the leadership for the whole of ASEAN community, which is very ambitious, we encourage also YB Nick Nazmi to take the leadership on natural resource and environmental sustainability. But this morning, we were very happy when we listened to Professor Jeff Sachs throwing in the challenge of maybe ASEAN. It's about time forming the ASEAN Development Bank, apart from the Asian Development Bank. And as we know today, if whatever we do, particularly into investment, businesses, and industries, everybody is thinking about how to protect the biod, the environment, and all that. And ESG is on top of that agenda. So I like to believe nowadays, if you have any sort of banks or financial investment houses, you need to think of the biod and environment as well. So this is how we look at the bigger picture. Very ambitious, but the science must come in, as Emma and Jatna had mentioned. That science do not only mean STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but I believe what is more important is the social sciences and humanity. No use about the science and technology, but we are still lousy in terms of ethics, in terms of social, in terms of humanity, and so on. So I think that's enough for now.
Right.
Looking forward to the second round.
Okay, thank you very much. I know you can go on, so I appreciate your self-control. So one thing to note, just to mention, Yang Berhormat Nick Nazmi will need to leave quite relatively soon. So the way that I will do it now is that I will open the questions to the audience. Please, we'll start with 2 questions first. And if you could direct them to Yang Berhormat first, because then after that he may have to leave, and we'll continue with the rest of the panel after that. Okay, so we have, I'll pick one maybe question from the gentleman there, and maybe one more from near the back. Okay, so Audrey there, right? Okay, so I guess we'll start with the question here first. Yes.
Thank you. It's for YB.
Could you just describe your name and your affiliation?
Yeah, Dr. Farouk Musa. I'm a director of Islamic Renaissance and also an academic at Monash University, your neighbor. This is to Ning Nazmi. I think it's good that you mentioned about Malaysia's commitment to conserve the forests and stuff. But the thing is that I think from the report that I read, Malaysia has earmarked about 2.3 million hectares of forest for deforestation. That it means that it is equivalent to about more than 100 times of the size of Kuala Lumpur, and I think that is going to reduce the size of forests in Malaysia to less than 50%. So how do you reconcile that by saying that the government is committed to conserve the forest, and yet you have earmarked so huge land forest to be for this process of deforestation? Thank you.
Before, let's get the next question as well, then we answer both.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question is a little bit transdisciplinary, if you like, or multidisciplinary in this case. I kind of feel like we have this missed opportunity. I wish that YB Nik Nazmi is here, Stephen Sim in the same session with KPT or higher education together, because we've been discussing the downstream issues here and this morning, earlier session. But then my worry is, now that we are in this university setting, my worry is the upstream issue. We were discussing about, producing skilled graduates and whatnot. But do you notice that we only have 3 botanists, plant taxonomists in the country at this moment? Do you notice that? Speak to Professor Latif. He's worried. I'm worried. I'm young, but I'm worried already for the country, because I want to jump ship soon if this goes on. So on the ministry side, and maybe Professor Jatna can share Indonesia's experience as well as Brazil. Are we ready? Because, let me give a critical example. Say now that we are transforming into studying eDNA. But we need to know the DNA of plants, right? Say we are going into carbon market, right? We need to do biomass measurement for trees. Take mangrove, for example. There are 53 species in Malaysia. We only have allometric equation for only 12 species. How can you do carbon measurement, carbon accounting, when we only know a third or maybe less of the real number that we're looking for? So using estimates from Australia won't be right for Malaysia, right? So we have to advance this upstream as well as the downstream. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Audrey.
Well, something that has in common between the two questions is basically the issue of resources. When you look at the first question, we made a commitment in 1992 in Rio about keeping 50% of our land cover as forest and tree cover. Currently, the number is about 54%, 53 plus percent. We had some data going over the years, because there are 3 categories of land, basically forest basically. 1 are protected areas, 2 are government forests. These are actually just government land, but it's idle and it's forested. Nothing is being done on the land, and it is forest, and it is not protected area. And 3 is basically private land. This is where you already have private owners. They may not be doing anything to the land yet, and it's forest for now, but it is private property, right? So what we saw is that over the past few years, actually the number of protected areas have increased. But what has gone down is the size of government forests as well as the forests on private land. So the challenge, what I can say is, again, because, and this has been, I mean, is the perennial challenge in Malaysia, and I'm sure it's experienced by other countries as well that follows a federal system, is because of the governance of these resources falls under the state. So that's why if previously what the federal government has tried to do, we followed the Selangor model where the amendments to the Forestry Act in 2022 basically any degazettement of protected areas must go through a public inquiry. One. Two is that any degazetment, it also has to, if it is approved by the public inquiry, then the government has to compensate the same minimum, the same size of land as well as a protected area, so that in theory there will be no reduction of protected areas in the state. We've done that at the federal level. It's based on the Selangor model, Selangor enactment. We've done that at the federal level, but the only state that has done it, and unfortunately is the smallest state, is Perlis, that followed the federal. Because whatever happens in the federal act, if it's not followed with a state enactment, it's meaningless, right? So that is why one of the things when we wanted to allocate this EFT, I'm talking about Peninsula, right? Because Sabah, Sarawak, the governance is different, that's on their own. But just Peninsula alone, I said that, you know, allocation of the EFT, we must look into, take into account of the states that are making these amendments to the law as well. Because otherwise, then why should we give them as much EFT as they should if they do not take into account of this? But it's a very complicated process. And, you know, carrot and stick, we have to convince, sit down. I sat down with the, I'm sure, well, I won't, the Menteri Besar of a particular state. They got 2 billion ringgit in flood mitigation projects. They got 500 million for water plants from the federal government. So I'm sure you know which state this is. This was with the Menteri Besar and the PM. So at the end, you know, I said, I have one small wish. I said, can you be more careful when you degazette your forest? Because you may get timber that's worth 500 million ringgit, but then your floods and the quality of water may require billions of ringgit, and you come back to the federal government. We don't get a single cent, or just probably some tax from the timber, but then you will come back for the money to, you know, repair all your water infra and whatnot. So we need to create that understanding. And I think this is where I believe, I mean, we know civil society is very active and we want to work hand in hand so that there is this general understanding that there is value to protecting our forests. Going back to that question of expertise, I think that again is another challenge. I mean, STEM as a whole, I mean, I know Dr. Mazlin was talking about going beyond that, having philosophers and whatnot. But STEM as it is in Malaysia, we are having challenges, right, to get enough people. So when you go into something that is even more detailed and more minute, it is a challenge, right? In the past, you know, people who did certain environmental disciplines and whatnot, they were complaining that there was not enough jobs, but things are changing, right? But then if you go to the science, you know, the very detailed parts and all that, there are still challenges that we face, right? And again, the issue of resources. But that is why we are trying to fulfill, finally, this dream of having the Malaysian Biodiversity Centre. Because I think it's a shame, being a mega diverse country, that we cannot showcase this wealth that we have. So that is something that we are preparing, and we hope to get the budget and work with private sector, research institution, but also with you know, sort of a natural history museum component to promote greater awareness about our biodiversity.
Thank you very much. Let's go for another 2 questions. Okay, one lady in the middle there, as well as Professor Wong. I'll come back to you for the third round, okay? So, Professor Wong, and I guess I'll start with Professor Wong first, and then please give the mic.
Hi. Hi, thank you, YB. My questions go back to your ecological fiscal transfer. I think that's great, and you have not been discriminating opposition state. The larger question here, when you say that the states don't have enough money and asking for part of the money to go into the state consolidated fund, should we actually push for decentralization to make the states more accountable for their financial well-being, but we will tie back on things like preservations of environment? Because what we are doing now is basically keeping a very centralized structure and hope to put bandage on it, right? Thank you.
Second question.
Hello. Yes. Hi. My name is Hui Shim. I'm from WWF. I'm based in Sabah. About YB, the EFT 250 million this year is a significant increase, but it's less than 0.1% of the total budget. So it's still quite small. So some argue that it's nowhere near comparable to the opportunity cost of, keeping those forests. But anyway, my question actually is, can a significant portion of this EFT be ring-fenced to higher community ranges so that, they can do restoration, enrichment, planting, whatever, and it creates jobs and the spin-off multiplier effects? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think Professor Wong was talking about decentralization. I know that's a pet interest and passion of his. Well, I believe that the reality is such, and I think in Malaysia, we can see that the political dynamics is pushing towards decentralization, whether we like it or not, because when people were saying, it was tough doing the Water Services Industry Act amendment in 2004 because they had to deal with the states. But that was when one coalition had 90% of the seats and every state government bar one was under the same coalition, right? So then they say, now when we start to talk about, doing climate change bill and whatnot, I said, this is a whole new world because, even within the same parties, they don't agree. So, which I think is within reason is the spirit of democracy, right? So I told my civil servants, I did tell them, I said, you have to be prepared for this. You won't have the good old days anymore. And even then, there were that old dynamic. So I believe that it is happening anyway. And I think I agree that the move ideally should be towards more accountability and more transparency. So that should be how we hold them to account, right? And what they do. But, I have a small brief that, with regards to environment, natural resources, and climate change. So, that is something that is something bigger that we should look at the, 13th Malaysia Plan and all that. On the issue of the amount, I agree that it is not enough, but there's a challenge, right? Because, and this is the whole thing about just transition. When you have a developing country and we have schools, we don't have enough schools. The schools that we have, the state of the schools are not to satisfactory standards. We have classes that go to 40 people. Our military ships, we are lacking in military ships to police the South China Sea. So all these challenges, and it comes back to balancing all that, right? I agree that it's small, but I have to say that, the PM and the Minister of Finance, they do, and the Minister of Economy, for example, including Ministry of Trade and Industry, they do give, I would say, enough, they listen to what we say at our ministry. And I think I appreciate that. But we really want to make the point, right? And I go back to think what I said about water plants and flood mitigation causing billions, but we are not spending enough in the long term. So I think that is the change of mindset that we need. And community ranges is something that has worked successfully. I think from our initial studies is that we have had positive signs with regards to the number of Malayan tigers. Right? It's initial numbers. I mean, I can't say the number yet because it's not final. But why? Because we had the poachers, the problems of the poachers, but now we have nearly 2,500 community rangers overall, and a lot of them are focused on the tiger range states, and mostly they consist of the Orang Asli, the indigenous people, as well as military veterans. And I think it's a novel way. Like military veterans also, a lot of them at 40, they retire, they don't have enough resources. It's a novel way to provide employment for them. So we keep pushing for this to grow, right? And I have a lot of military voters in my constituency.
You do, yeah. Yes,
so,
more diamond.
But nothing to that, nothing to do with that, right? That's secondary. But I think it's a very effective way. And I think if we use, because a lot of the things are natural to the indigenous people, and we should tap into that know-how. And like you said, yeah, it's a good way to bring them out of poverty, give them a good livelihood. And I think it's really good. We've seen other projects like in the Perak State Park, they had the Menrak ranges as well. So those are their own initiatives, which are all very positive for conservation.
Right. Thank you very much. Fun fact, I know exactly what YB is talking about for his constituency. I actually am from Setia Wangsa, so... So, but yes, I think Ms. Torres has something to...
If I may, I think it's a very interesting discussion and questions. In the case of the Science Panel of the Amazon, obviously the mission is to conserve, but also to advance sustainable development in the context of a tropical forest. So a number of policy briefs are dealing with some of the issues that are being raised here. For instance, what is sustainable infrastructure in a tropical forest? What is a sustainable city in a tropical forest? And I think here again, you know, when you're talking about the capital, it will be very good to have these discussions with scientists from the Science Panel of the Amazon. I think one of the critical issues that the minister was raising is the issue of, you know, we need financing, and we need substantial financing. These are, you know, if we want to conserve, these are large areas of the many countries. And one initiative that the government of Brazil is advancing, for which we hope is going to materialize by COP30, is a tropical forest forever facility. And the idea here is very simple, is that, you know, and going back to monitoring results-based performance, it's basically to areas that are conserved and are monitored for conservation, and they receive permanently resources from this facility. So this is very important because it, again, is one of the ways to channel resources for global services. The government of Brazil is leading on discussions. I'm sure it's in contact with your government, it's in contact with many governments, but we are hoping, and the target is to mobilize 250 billion. So they're working on that for COP30, and it's going to be a major item of the agenda then.
All right, thank you. All right, shall we go through at least one more round of questions first before YB you have to leave soon? Yep, okay. So perhaps the gentleman in the middle. Feel free to have questions that are directed towards more than one panelist, right?
Okay, thank you. My name's Andrew Koo. Question is primarily for the YB Minister, but I think from an Amazonian perspective, I think others can also speak. Firstly, happy belated birthday to the Minister for yesterday. So my question has to deal with what you have raised, Minister, which is the Orang Asli. Now, we know that from a ministerial point of view, the Orang Asli come under rural and regional development, so it's not your ministry. But they are so much a part of the challenge and the solution of sustainable environment. And so my concern is that they are being lost in the gap between the different jurisdictions of ministries. And if you talk to Chin Huat and he wants to talk about deregulation or decentralization, that's even going to be worse because the federal government has jurisdiction over indigenous peoples, but not the land. So they are losing out all ways. And is there a consistent and interconnected policy from the Madani government to protect indigenous peoples in Malaysia?
Right. I'm going to hold it to just that question, so we can go straight to the answer for that. Yeah.
Well, the answer is that not yet. I mean, I totally agree. You know, it falls under all these different jurisdictions, different ministries. I have a few dialogues a year, and I think you know, through some civil society, they arrange for me to meet the Orang Asli, and they raise the issues of conservation and the challenges they face and whatnot. You know, they talk about the plastics that are in the rivers. They talk about the encroachment into the forests and other things, right? And you can see, because they are at the front lines, when you talk about deforestation, the Orang Asli is losing their supermarket. It's losing, you know, where they basically the source of for their homes, the materials for their homes, so on and so forth. So it's a major impact on them, and they're at the front lines. And I agree that we do not have, and something that we have to work on, right, to come up with a unified response to the issue, because otherwise, you know, this will forever be something that will be like political football between the different ministries and state governments.
Prof. Mazlin, I think he wants to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Jidan. Thank you, YB Minister. Thank you for the question, Ku. So in Malaysia, not only regarding the issues of Orang Asli that falls into certain areas that are crossing the jurisdictions of ministries and all that, but I like to believe that Malaysia is very advanced thinking and with beautiful vision. And for now, we also have this special council called the Malaysian SDG Council. It is anchored at the Ministry of Economy, but the council is chaired by Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister, and around the table are all the chief ministers, premier, and Menteri Besar. And all the key secretary generals of ministries are there. And Malaysia also formed a special SDG center, Pusat SDG Negara. Because as Emma mentioned, saving biodiversity nowadays is not simple like that. Like Jidan posed me the question, Mazlin, is it easy to manage Borneo? Only 3 countries? No. Small or big or medium, same complicated, complex world that we live in. The issue is now, how do we address these complicated and complex issues? Everything is interconnected. It's nexus nowadays. You talk about biodi with water. You talk about water, food, energy nexus. Headache, pening. But we need to do it. That's why the Science Panel come in. That's why Malaysia has this Malaysian SDG Council. And underneath is the technical committee. And there are 7 working groups headed by certain ministries and also private sector headed by UNSDSN, Malaysia, and also CSO, Malaysian APP-AGM, all party parliamentarian SDG and CSO. But anyway, my friend there from all WWF, they are nodding. But anyway, these are the challenges we are doing. A lot of issues we cannot tackle only, one issue, cannot. How do we address this complicatedness? And that's why it goes back to education just now. So again, we are now looking at how to build up the new Malaysian blueprint. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia is taking the leadership. Indonesia have some great examples. Already some universities in Indonesia, they are already become pusat SDG negara untuk province. For example, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. They form pusat SDG for Kalimantan Timur. I would like to encourage universities in Malaysia, think like this. Universities become SDG center to support your district, to support your state. As our Jeffrey Sachs mentioned this morning, having roadmaps and great plans, 25 years is easy for many countries, but how do you implement? And I like to believe to implement must happen at the state, district, and local authority level. And you just count how many universities we have in Malaysia, how many lecturers do we have? So many. So let's move in a new way, but we need you, YB, for the natural resource and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
All right. On that note, so I have a notice that says YB Nick Nasby, you have to leave soon. So we thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate. I guess we have a photo taking for this session. Yep. So for the. Thank you very much. And so. So, all right, let's have a seat. Okay, so let's continue on. I'd like to, I'll ask the next question because I have something to ask Prof. Jatna about. This is a bit about the comparison between Jakarta and Nusantara again. One of the big issues in Jakarta is that your rivers, shall we say, have a pollution issue, right? And presumably that is a lesson that Indonesia would not like to make again in the new capital city. What sort of actions do you think are being taken, or what you recommend to the government now as they build up this new capital city not to repeat, in terms of what happened in Jakarta, specifically for the rivers?
Okay, I maybe have to let you know what Jakarta sinking is. It's about 20 centimeters per year. So Jakarta by 2030 is going to be half of them will be inundated by water. So the ideas of to have the giant seawall in Jakarta, it's really, really big things, government plan. But that's really cost $1 billion. So I think Jakarta has to move, the capital. Otherwise, people coming and more people. Now it's almost the whole Jakarta surrounded is about 30 million. That's really too many people. So by moving that, I think that's really lesson learned from Jakarta, how that the Nusantara will be. So the Nusantara can be really smart cities where 70% of those areas becoming forested. So that's really good ideas. Those are, we thought that in the beginning going to be converted all lot of forest, but I knew that most of those 250,000 hectares of the capital city, most of them are plantation. So they changed the plantation, belong to our president, newly president. So that's really good. So he elected. That's why I think it's really good that they have to move, sacrifice his land to be capital cities. But the challenge, of course, Jakarta and compared to Nusantara, that Jakarta sit in the alluvial soil, right? And Nusantara sit in the coal. So if you dig it in Nusantara, maybe 1 or 2 meters, there will be coal there. So that really, whether that we are going to exploit it, the coal or not, that's going to be very interesting equation. And after that, I want to reply to Pa Aldi about that. The scientists, not so many scientists, especially related to botanists and many others. I think it's everywhere, similar. and also in Indonesia, especially at Universitas Indonesia, and it's not so many people like to be in the jungle anymore. They like to be in the lab. They like to be working in a very convenient way of doing or space to student. So I think we're losing also many scientists used to be very difficult. But, as you know that Indonesia possibility of having a carbon trade money, of course, is big. It's billion dollars. They have to be, especially in Kalimantan, because as I mentioned about that 30% of the Borneo island is a peat, and peat is about 5 times richer than the regional forest the forests in tropicals. So that's really what we need, is really more scientists to be trained, especially in the jungle. So that's my answer. Is that okay?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. All right. So let's go to another round of questions. Maybe we'll take 3 questions this time, if we have enough mics. Do we have 3 mics? Oh, we can just... So there's one gentleman up there. There are 2 now. Oh, if we go to the one gentleman first. I know there was another gentleman here. Oh, it's left already. Okay, yeah. There are two. Let me to the person behind first. Yeah, and then the person in front, and maybe one other person somewhere else. Okay, so you go first. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I wanted to ask when the minister was around, but basically, my question is on the assimilation of this knowledge. How is the best to cascade it down? Not only to university but also to public. I'm sure MS would know from your experience, and Prof. Jarata, how do we best assimilate this knowledge of SDG to the public and also for education purposes? Thank you.
All right. Second question. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Romel Shamsuddin from Biodiversity Malaysia. One of the problems that we find in Malaysia now is that we have so many sound bites talking about sustainable development goals, solving biodiversity, and so on. But when we look at the environmental problems that we are facing a crisis. For example, our rivers are cancerous right now. I wanted to ask the minister just now, is this as a priority, extreme priority area that we have to solve? Unfortunately, we haven't, he left earlier, but I will meet him again, inshallah. But talking about this problem, ASEAN has problems, big problems. And the only way we can solve this is we put our heads together and try to find solutions to solve it. For example, we are facing a 2-meter sea level rise predicted. And our cities, for example, Jakarta, Bangkok, are going to be flooded within 100 years. And that's within 2 generations, 3 generations. I think we have to work seriously now. We're not talking about sound bites anymore. We're facing an existential issue here that we have to solve. Even Ariel just now, the gentleman said, we only have 3 experts on plants. How about insects? It's shocking, it's worrying. We don't have that many biodiversity experts. And we have to get the next generation to really get excited about biodiversity, because our existence relies on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with the answers first. Who would like to take up the answers? So that I guess Prof. Jana or Ms. Torres? Oh yeah, sure. The mic. Yeah.
I would like to address the concern raised by Samsudin on the Biodiversity Malaysia. So he's worried about the crisis, including pollution. You see, Malaysian, we are very good when there are crises, we get together. When peaceful time, no, everybody stay home, enjoy teh tarik there. When floods happen, everybody come. Give everything, Maggie, everything. This is why I would like to relate when we went through the COVID-19 public health pandemic. How do we rise? How do Malaysians come up and become a world example? My Sejahtera. Everybody took the responsibility, report if they have symptoms of COVID-19, they report on My Sejahtera. But when everything was over, that's it. My Sejahtera, lantak engkau lah. But this is where, I've mentioned this to Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi, let's look at My Sejahtera. Let's imagine how we can apply My Sejahtera for My River Sejahtera. Yeah, if all of us, if each one of us pay attention what is the nearest tributary or a river nearest to us, and if we notice something is not right with that river, let's report it on My River Sejahtera. So a challenge to all the young people in this room, the next generation, please rise up to this challenge. My Sejahtera is still there, I believe. Let's think something like that. The other one was how do we assimilate the knowledge? This is where we look at Mission 4.7, transforming the education. And education, I like to see. Minta maaf tuan-tuan sampai habis bateri. I know my time is up, but please bear with me. Knowledge, education. Education, three things: formal, informal, non-formal. So, somebody say, let's rise to this, and YB minister say, my civil servant. And I mentioned, let's go down and implement SDG. So, Bio-D is not only about Bio-D alone, but SDG implementation. So to implement SDG, developing country like Malaysia, we all look up to authority who has the mandate. And at our district, we look up to district officer. District officer has the mandate from chief minister and state government in terms of natural resource and environment. So I would like to say, assimilation of knowledge must happen at the district officer level and local authority level. Why local authority? Why district officer? District officer is in charge of land, water, fishery. Local authority give license for development, for businesses. There is where we can control. How important are district officer? 171 persons. If you count, if I got it right, 171 district. Local authority, 155. 171 plus 155, 326. BMW lah. 325 or 326. These are the key people, I would say, Malaysia must focus. Choose carefully the 325 people. Give them good salary and grade, because they are the ones that have to shoulder the SDG at the local level now. Cannot simply appoint district officer, local authority like before. There are already calling of let's have a local government election and so on already in Malaysia. So, Malaysia boleh tak? Kuat sikit? Terima kasih. Rasa macam politician pula, minta maaf.
Prof. Jana?
I think that lesson learned from Indonesia is really that the government committed to biodiversity, which is now what you call it, the mainstreaming the biodiversity into development, which is in the Minister of Planning. So the Minister of Planning now is really has a power to either the fiscal policy to the local, but also local government, but also that really the biodiversity. Not only ecology, but also how much that the biodiversity in the state, the state province that has biodiversity to be conserved. The fiscal policy is also part of the algorithm in the Minister of Planning. So mainstreaming is a very important to the central government. And that was really has to be taken as mentioned by Mazrin about the SDG hub. So SDG center is a very important that most of them now is, most of the big university has SDG hub or SDG center. So that including that some of those are biodiversity in the center. So that's really my 2 cents.
Okay. Yes. We have a question from the audience and one more afterwards. Could you raise your hand if you have a question? One more in the audience whilst we listen to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have been talking a lot about educating the people on SDG. I think the most effective way is to bring the people to the forest, experience it firsthand. If you really experience it, stay there half a day, 1 day, or then you can really tell that what is the forest offering to you that money cannot buy. Okay? This is experiential learning. There's no, after experiencing this, there's no need to talk anymore. There's no amount of explanation is needed. Who will be the target of these people? We should bring them to forest and experience? The politicians, the leaders, okay? Those who make decisions, okay? And including hopefully our royal people, because our royal, if they take the step, everyone will follow. We are very loyal to our royal. So these are the people who we can inspire by bringing them to the experience.
Not to interrupt you, but what is the nature of your question?
This is my suggestion.
Is that all right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
I hope this can be done. Thank you. Okay. And all the organizations dealing with SDG, they can get together and bring people to a site visit to the forest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's have the question up there. Yes. Please make sure it's a question. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Farol from Ministry of Economy. My question to Prof. Mazlin, because I saw in the introduction, I heard in the introduction that you involved in Linus. Yeah. So my question is, in the rare earth, we are going to, this is new growth area, but we have so much problem in getting Linus operations and reputations, whatnot, so forth. So what narrative has changed now from previous narrative into now becomes from the point of environment? And second thing is related to that, this is also related to radioactive management, whereby we now seriously potentially considering nuclear power as one of the potential source of energy in the future, if that happens. So what sort of consideration we should give based on experience we've seen in Linus into that, let's say, potential solution? Thank you.
Really? Okay, thank you, Dr. Fakrul.
I think that's a significant enough question that we can take it on its own.
Thank you, Dr. Fakrul. He is the Deputy Director for the Pusat SDG Negara, Malaysia SDG Center. Okay, regarding with rare earth elements and the experiences of Linus, which is headquartered in Australia and here, that sort of processing, Malaysian government took the stance at the end of the day. When they send raw material to Malaysia, they must make sure it is cleaner. It is much lower than the stipulated radioactive level. And in fact, the radioactive levels is actually comparable to the background radioactive levels. But the concern of many in Malaysia is, radioactive is like Fukushima. Actually, it is not. But never mind, that is Linus operation. Now we move into the current era, where in Malaysian forests, mainly, we discovered that from predictions of Jabatan Mineral Geoscience, in the forest soils of Malaysia, in all about the 10 states in Malaysia, there are worth about 809 billion ringgit of rare earth. And with the approach of the global level, and Malaysia included, that we want to maintain our forest cover and all that. Of course, if you imagine you are Menteri Besar and Chief Minister and Premier, you cannot go into deforestation and logging at a big scale. So you look There are the rare earth elements. And also for Indonesia, you have some other rare elements which are needed by the current industry. For electric vehicles, for batteries, for all the important gadgets in which all of us are guilty. We are utilizing that technology. So there is a high demand for rare earth, and if you notice, they will put the NR in front, non-radioactive rare earth elements. That means it's almost about zero radioactivity or very tiny. But of course, this is still contentious. So what do we do? And if you look at what Nick Nazmi and the country had done, quickly they asked experts from Jabatan Mineral Geoscience, Department of Mineral and Geosciences, and experts from universities and the practitioner. They form a committee and quickly they come up with national non-radioactive rare earth elements mining, the standard operating procedure. And I believe the guidelines of the standard operating procedure to do proper sustainable mining, that means try to minimize or zero-rise the impact, is there. So please look out for these guidelines. And some of the states are already utilizing these guidelines and already wanting to capitalize on bringing revenues for the state. So that's one. Number two is nuclear energy. Nuclear energy, if you like it or not, if you look at even at the global discussions which is happening, including at IAEA and all the institutions involved with utilizing clean energy, nuclear is one of them. And Malaysia, I think about 10, 15 years ago, we already set up a special committee to look at these aspects, but suddenly it disappeared, and now I think it's resurfaced again, and Malaysia is also putting on consideration to bring in back nuclear energy as one of the relatively cleaner source of energy of the future. So there you go, 1 more minute. Yeah, battery is still there. But anyway, Malaysia is forever progressing and keeping up with knowledge which is ongoing in the world. But this is where science panels come in. Experts on energy like Professor Leong Yun Ying, tomorrow you must come for the energy discussion. You come back and ask again this question about nuclear energy. Okay? I just give a teaser. Detailed answer from Prof. Leong Yung. Angkat tangan Leong Yung? Ada. She will prepare a better answer tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Torres, would you like to?
Just a couple of comments. And I think one important thing is, this opportunity to move in the capital and really dream and construct a sustainable city. And I think this is critical, and I think you can use, experiences that are going, reflections that are happening on this field. So this is very significant. Second is about the issue of scientists. In the 80s, Brazil launched a major program because they really want to understand the Amazon. So they launched a major program, the Science and Technology Ministry, together with NASA. And they trained over 1,000 PhDs. And that was a revolution in terms of the knowledge of the Amazon. Right now, we are trying to do a similar effort also in the Congo. This is not part of the science panel of the Congo, it's part of the sister initiative. But it's important, it's extremely important to build the scientific infrastructure to really transform the models of sustainable development for that region, for these tropical regions. In the case of the Science Panel of the Amazon, now we have a major initiative, which is to promote the next generations of scientists for the region. We just created a small group of 12 youth leaders on science. But the idea is, again, to go and make incentives, what was saying one of the gentlemen, go into the forest, investigate in the forest, research in the forest, living in the forest, and also at the same time bring in all the things that we have in the cities: internet, good health, and good education. So this is the major challenge, but I think it's exciting in terms of collaboration and knowledge sharing because among the tropical forests that we have here. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Ms. Torres. I see at least one hand up, so we can go to the lady in the middle. Is there another question in the audience? Let me just check.
Thank you very much. I'm Lavanya from WWF Malaysia. Thanks for all the sharing. This is just a quick question to Ms. Torres. It would be very nice to hear from you a little bit more about how the cultural aspects have been first studied and also incorporated perhaps into policy making. And also what are the skill sets that, in terms of scientists or, the type of people that you might need to also really capture this very important aspect of culture. If you could just share with us how that's been done by the science panel of Amazon, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The panel from the origin, we had indigenous people scientists, and I think this has been critical, is now further expanding because as I mentioned earlier, there are over 400 indigenous people communities in the Amazon that are still living there. So we are mobilizing all that knowledge and culture. I think the panel is expanding further now to deal much more even with culture as such, but also expanding in terms of the membership and getting many more indigenous people scientists, people that deal with culture in the Amazon. So the next report, which is going to be ready for COP30 in Belém, and as you know, is in the core, in the heart of the Amazon, is going to have a tremendous component of connectivity of cultures and value of culture. So it's been actually a very interesting process. We had from the beginning indigenous people scientists, but there's also been a lot of policy papers discussing of the dialogues of cultures. I mean, not just integrating the culture, but really dialogue of knowledge between the indigenous people and also the Western scientists.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have another question from the audience? Right. Oh, there's one up there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for nice presentation from all the speakers. My name is Azmuddin Abdullah. I'm a biotechnologist. My question is to Prof. Mazlin. I've been reading about Nenggiri Dam, hydroelectric, and I call it mengembirikan Nenggiri, meaning we are actually destroying and making it not sustainable. In fact, hydroelectric power, I don't think it's really sustainable because we are destroying environment. So my question is whether we should put more pressure to the government to stop this Nenggiri, because we have, 15,000 year old caves that used to be inhabited by prehistoric man. These are the history that's going to be destroyed once it's all underwater. So maybe through this workshop and conference, we can come out with strong words to the government that some of these should be left alone. Look at what happened to Bakun, for example. It's all this gone now. Kenyir, gone. So this should be preserved. We invite people from outside to come and visit Nenggiri to see our prehistory. So that's my question and my comment.
Thank you, Azimuddin, the biotechnologist. Very difficult question. I'm imagining I'm the minister now.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Yeah, very difficult.
Prof is already practicing to be a politician.
But anyway, this is where really science needs to come in. I'd like to believe that the government of Malaysia will say, yeah, when we develop certain projects, EIA must be done. And normally in Malaysia, They say, yeah, EIA has been done. And part of that EIA, certain projects like hydropower dams must have detailed EIA. And detailed EIA must have a series of community engagement. And normally, if you look on either on paper or you double check, the process is like that. But again, state government, imagine, I like to imagine we are Menteri Besar, Chief Minister, Premier, we need to think of what are the alternative revenues for the country. And also looking at the vision, as Prof. Jeff Sachs mentioned. So to say who's right or wrong is very difficult, but this is where science need to come in. So Azimuddin mentioned, maybe we need to put a stop. But maybe the government, state government would say, what are the scientific evidence? Come bring to the table. Of course. When I mention science, it would include the social science and humanity and history included. If you look at the Encyclopedia of Amazon, a lot of history is there. And that's why now we are encouraging Science Panel Borneo, Science Panel Malaysia, Semenanjung, Malaysia, Sulawesi, Sumatra, and Southeast Asia. You must bring every bit of the science, including science of the history and culture and everything, the social science and humanity, and the ethics as well. So not easy. So somehow or other, because whatever is happening in terms of natural resource and environment is the power of the state government, as what Nick Nazmi mentioned just now. So I guess on our bid, we have to go back to Nick Nazmi and hopefully he can become the good moderator, mediator. And nowadays, there are a group of experts who are good at mediation. So we must find this good mediator so that historian, geological expert, sustainable development expert, forestry expert, everybody must come to the table, mediated by the Mr. or Madam Master Mediator and the state government and the federal government. We must have that sort of request now through Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi. If Nik Nazmi merasa pening kepala because of the cross-sectoral issue, then let's write to PMX. As chairman of the Malaysian SDG Council, I would say. And mind you, when we say about sustainable development, there are a lot of pathway trying to achieve. If you talk to Ibrahim Komo, Global Geopark, National Geopark, in which heritage and culture is a component of a geopark. If you talk to Datuk Latif, biodiversity. If you talk to Professor Datuk Noraini Mokhtar, coastal and ocean. So everybody they have their own agenda. Biosphere reserve, so many things. World Heritage Site. Malaysia is very good. You name the committee, Malaysia has it. You name a blueprint and roadmap, Malaysia has 2 or 3. But how to implement on the ground? I think beginning 2025, clever people, wherever you are, particularly in universities, SDSN was set up. Why? To bring in all the expert, the knowledge generators, the researcher. Don't remain comfortably in your room as Jatna mentioned. Come out. And if you stay in jungle, cannot be day trip, cannot. Stay with the orang asli. If you can have pusat latihan, what do we call it? For the youth, we send for training, for the army training. PLKN. Part of the PKLN, we ask them to stay in the jungle for 1 month. To absorb, to breathe, to feel the environment, not half day. Half day they come out, where the chicken come from? Supermarket. Where the money come from? From the wall, ATM machine. Like that. Must stay there, breathe it. But anyway, very complicated, complex. We all need a comfortable life. 75% of population in urban areas now. No more wants to live in semi-urban only. Problem, problem, problem. But whenever there's a problem, there's opportunity. And if you ask Malaysia, Malaysia, boleh. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. All right, do we have a final question? Otherwise, I will have a final closing out question to end this panel. All right, so do you have a question or a suggestion? Okay, yeah. Good question. I'll hold you to it.
Okay, we have big problems, but we are mentioning science. Do you think we can solve this beyond science? Because science still cannot explain everything. Many things we still don't understand, especially the traditional wisdom. So if we want to solve problem, if we just ask the scientists, so it's not going to solve problem, right? So we need to ask the traditional wisdom people, orang asli, we need to respect everyone's knowledge. What is your comment on this? Thank you.
Okay, I think I had a similar closing question, but it was more along the lines of, given what you've seen and what you've worked on in your respective fields, how likely is it that people as a whole will change their minds in time? So it's something similar. So I guess we'll go from Prof. Mazlin all the way to Jatna. What is your opinion about that whether we can inculcate traditional knowledge into trying to resolve some of our issues, and how much of society do you feel in your respective fields will be able to change the mindset in time?
We can. When I was spending 8 years in Sabah, I was observing how Sabah government transformed from a state that relies a lot on logging, on forest products, and they transform into gazetting a big area into protected areas, and how they shifted into ecotourism. Under Sabah Parks, if I'm not mistaken, last year they reported income of ringgit Malaysia 54 million through ecotourism. So it can be done. Okay. Why? Personally, in 2005, I was a secretary to a Malaysian expedition, Maliau Basin. At that time, Maliau Basin is not yet a protected area. Sabah government was in between whether to extract the first-class arang batu, the coal, batu bara. They were contemplating. But in the end, after several years, they declare Maliau Basin is a protected area. And now you look at, if you Google Sabah, Maliau Basin, Danum Valley, Imbak Canyon, Damai, DAMAI, protected area. Tun Mustafa Marine Park, the same. We were commissioned to look at studying Tun Mustafa Marine Park. When we completed, we gave it, I think state government appoint WF. WF and state government took about 11 years. In the end, state government of Sabah declared Tun Mustafa Marine Park 1 million hectares conserved area. So yes, it can happen. You must be patient. It cannot happen in 11 months. It should happen 11. One more thing is Sipadan Island. Too many tourist operators were on Sipadan Island. Again, the scientists were asked to do a study. Already there is seawater intrusion. We advised Prime Minister Tun Abdullah at that time. So instruction, all tourist operators get out of Sipadan Island. Let the coral reef recover. It happened. How did it happen? We formed a steering committee co-chaired by State Secretary of Sabah and Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia. Around the table are all the Directors General of important ministries. Second tier are the scientists. So already it happened. Science feed in scientific information. So what happened today? Sipadan Island coral reef recovered. They control the number of scuba divers into Sipadan Island to 120 scuba divers only. Go during sunrise, sunset, get out. That's how science can make a difference. But scientists, be patient. Politician, be open-minded. younger generation of politicians of Malaysia, we have high hope towards you. We really do. So we scientists, the senior ones, we don't retire. Once we retire, we become emeritus. After emeritus, we become super emeritus. We transfer the knowledge to you. And some of the good scientists also become ministers today, like Yang Berhormat Sim. Yeah? So it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia boleh? Boleh. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Torres?
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting, very interesting discussion and questions. I would like to highlight that the Science Panel of the Amazon has engaged since the launch of the report in a systematic dialogue with different stakeholders, with the financial sector, starting with the multilateral development banks, with the national development banks. Obviously with the government and policy making, both at the central level, at a municipal level, and also at the regional level, because the basin can only be managed ultimately with a regional perspective. And I would like to highlight that they also have focused on policy briefs that are addressing emerging and important issues. And one of the issues that they have worked a lot is on social bioeconomy. What does it mean, social bioeconomy in the tropical forest, in order to be potentially an engine of sustainable development? And Brazil was the president of the G20 last year, and the G20 has adopted the principles of social bioeconomy. And again, it's going to be an area that we can see expanding. Second, a very important initiative that came from the panel is the whole issue of restoration. We're going to conserve, but we also want to restore lots of, there's a tremendous potential on restoration. And the National Development Bank of Brazil, which is one of the largest development banks in the world, launched a major funding initiative at Dubai, precisely on restoration. So there's a lot of expectations, and I mean, we had a meeting in New York as a side event of Climate Week, and a number of investors came to that meeting. And yes, it's risky in terms of the financial perspective, but it's also risky in terms of the restoration itself. So the need of having scientists involved while they do restoration is very important in order to draw lessons, in order to share lessons eventually with within the region, but also with other tropical forests.
Thank you very much, Ms. Torres. So lastly, last but not least, Prof. Jasna.
Yeah, I like that the discussion goes. I think it's almost similar where I think discussion in many countries like in ASEAN, I think almost Malaysia, Indonesia, almost similar. That really, how that really the traditional communities to be involved on the decision-making process and so on and so on. But to be honest, I think because Indonesia has thousands of NGOs and they are really working really well. And I think that there's so many examples of how successful if the traditional wisdom and bring it to the central government. For example, currently about 12 million hectares of the forest is belong to agroforestry that managed by local communities. So that's really successful, I guess, that even they like to have 20 million, which is about 20% of the whole total of the Indonesian forests. It will be managed by community. That's really big numbers. But of course, there's a challenge, It's not really thing that when you are giving to the local or community will be safe. Some of them are really giving to the companies and to many other, poachers and many things. So that's really important to see. The other one is also because of the new law recently passed on the conservation. So new law that number 32, 2024, that allow that the local community participate in the conservation areas, which means there used to be an only central government, but now they allow to be, have a concession, small concession in the conservation area. That really making that really conservation more dynamic right now compared to previously. The challenge is that always, like now we have new government. Of course, the changes. We thought that we're going to be, good fight for that, but new government, it was really, really challenged. So whether that going to be pro-environment or whether like to have 8% GDP, which is, that really way of that context, because 1% GDP means maybe 1 degrees of the global warming. So I don't know whether that we really need to be more scientists to go and come. The good thing about this science panel of Borneo, for example, now is connecting between the 6 big university in Borneo, and as Mazin said, but also with the other side, Malaysia and Brunei. That's really going to be, local. And I think it's really the local government also now has this power compared to previously. So I think that's going to be very exciting dynamic between the government, the universities, which is the scientists, and also the local communities within the Borneo. I think that's really my point. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor Jatna. Can we give the whole panel applause? All right. I think with that, we have come to the end of the panel as well as today's session. We will see you all tomorrow. I think it starts at 9 or 9:30. 9. It starts at 9 tomorrow, just to be clear on that. And thank you all for staying this late, and I hope you have a good day for the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you all. Just an announcement that we do have 3 panels set for tomorrow, so I look forward to seeing all of you for an equally exciting day too.